przyjemność powitać Państwa w hali Olivia na juniorskim Grand Prix Solidarity Cup 2023. Jest to impreza Międzynarodowej Unii Łyżwiarskiej organizowana przez Polski Związek Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego i już za kilka chwil rozpoczniemy program dowolny solisty. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Gdansk. Welcome to the Olivia Ice Rink and welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix Solidarity Cup 2023. This is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by Polish Figure Skating Association. In just a few moments we'll start women free skating. Przypominam Państwu, że fotografowanie oraz filmowanie z lampą błyskową jest zabronione. Łyżwiarze cieszą się bardzo z maskotek oraz kwiatów, natomiast te drugie muszą być opakowane. Dziękuję bardzo za współpracę i życzę Państwu miłego oglądania. We remind you that flash photography as well as video recording and filming is forbidden. Gifts and flowers offered to the skaters at the end of their performance must be completely wrapped. We thank you very much for your cooperation. A teraz, Szanowni Państwo, mam przyjemność przywitać oficjeli na tej imprezie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce the officials for this event. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of the event, Ms. Françoise Derapar. The panel of judges. Judge number 1, Mr. Jerry Hilger, Luxembourg. Judge number 2, Ms. Irina Kowarnicka, Latvia. Judge number 3, Ms. Zivile Mockuviene, Lithuania. Judge number 4, Ms. Anastasia Papagiannopoulou, Greece. Judge number 5, Ms. Pimsang Ratanabilok Phuket, Thailand. Judge number 6, Ms. Neda Rakovic, Serbia. Judge number 7, Ms. Hanna Baszowa, Slovakia. Judge number 8, Ms. Joanna Daros-Pawlyka, Poland. And judge number 9, Ms. Elizabeth Alexander, Australia. Please welcome the technical panel. The technical controller, Ms. Wendy Ensman. The technical specialists, Ms. Christine Isaksen and Ms. Zuzanna Tresnjikova.
everyone. Welcome to Gdansk, Poland. Day number 2 in competition and week number 6. Now, we've seen the rhythm dance. We've also seen the pairs free program. Up next, the women's free program. Mark, what can we expect today?
Well, unsurprisingly, we have Japanese and Korean skaters leading the field after the short program. Such is their brilliance, but exciting to see some other skating nations represented, and Anthea Gradinaru, the Swiss skater, continuing in a pushing development of Swiss skaters.
Yeah, and Alesia Ray from Germany is really sort of new and upcoming as well. Very interesting. She's not at the top yet, but she certainly has the skills. Those are just two of a lot of newcomers on the Junior Grand Prix. It's been very exciting this season indeed. So we're going to get started with the women's free program as it takes to the ice right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 as we have a nice flyover of the Olivia Arena. Nice shot right behind the building there. We're somewhere in the bowels of the building, there, but it's been beautifully refitted inside and dressed up and really nice and warm this year. Beautiful facility for a Junior Grand Prix. I'm your host, Ted Bart, along with Mark Hanratty. This is the final event on day 2 here. We had some interesting ice dancing a little earlier as we take a look at the officials for this event, and of course the pairs free program. That was pretty exciting as well, Mark.
Yeah, and great to see now the top 6 places for the Junior Grand Prix final in the pairs category have been decided, and now we edge ever closer to the decision of the spots for the women's event as we look towards the medals being awarded later on today.
And I have to say, okay, I've got to wear my flag. I don't often do that, but Canada has 50% of the teams going to the Junior Grand Prix final. That's accomplishment. Congratulations to Canada, and of course to all the other competitors in the event. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
Great to chat. It was Kevin Dawes we were chatting to just now, and he was explaining about the resurgence of the pairs discipline and how the COVID years really impacted upon the creation and the development of the pairs discipline, and now hopefully that's something that's being further pushed forwards as we look at the later stages of this.
And the national organization also had an initiative with pairs development, with communication, with education, with videos, all that kind of stuff like that. So they've been pushing for the last couple of years, and it was a little bit slow to get going, but we're seeing more teams now, a little bit more success on the Junior Grand Prix, obviously. So that's pretty encouraging. Congratulations to the organization as well. Other countries as well doing that. As we've mentioned how well China's doing, of course, Japan and Korea. Like that's every competition. Swiss skating is really coming along very nicely as well. Some nice skating coming out of Germany. So many other, and then startup federations with early development. Thailand, of course. There's just a lot of development going around the world and for our sport. And we thank everybody involved for continuing to develop and encourage these young skaters.
And we've just had the break between the events, and we were. Again, word choice, Mark. I was going to say accosted. That is not the right word. We were approached by the Polish Figure Skating Federation's social media team, and there's just as much passion for the sport here in Poland as there are in other nations, and the more that can be fostered and developed, the better.
Yeah. Okay, now, do we have any more questions? I think we have one.
We do. We've got a few. So, what is training like? Question from Blobby Fino. What is training like in non-winter sport-orientated countries?
I don't know. I don't live one.
You live in a pretty, yeah. I suppose I can speak. I come from the UK, and the UK has had some huge success in ice skating in the Olympic level in the late 70s and 80s, but it's not a hugely popular sport now at a competitive level, and so then there are more challenges for the athletes. They don't have access to funding or access to ice facilities that are optimal or most conducive to the creation of world-class skating. And so the challenge is that the athletes and the coaches just have to find ways and means to support the athletes given limited resources comparatively that they have.
Yeah, and also the federation needs to really, you don't have the visibility in society, because it's not a mainstream sport.
Yeah.
Like soccer football was not a mainstream sport in Canada, but it is now, but it wasn't before. So you can actually change that, but you need leaders and you need a federation that's going to do the social media stuff and the streaming and all those types of things, so that young people who are watching their friends skate says, oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll go to the rink. And then you start to, so there's lots of things that people can do but it is no question more challenging, not so much government funding and corporate support, et cetera, et cetera. So, any more questions there?
Well, I could go down a rabbit hole, so I'll stop there and move on to the next question.
That's why I asked you to keep going here. Yeah, exactly.
The question next is, how do they ensure that the ice is good? So at the Junior Grand Prix events and any ISU event, the caliber and quality of the ice surface is really important.
Yeah, they set a certain temperature that's needed for international competition, for skating competitions, a certain thickness as well. And Junior Grand Prix, they do the best they can, but certainly at a championship, it is of the highest level. The temperature, the thickness, and the care it takes. And there's some... Courchevel, we've been there many years. They have some of the best ice makers in the world. In fact, I think 4 out of the 6 that work there have been at the last 2 Olympic Games in Pyeongchang and also in Beijing. So there are experts in ice making, and they do a really good job. The ice here, fabulous. It wasn't as good in last year. There's other years they didn't have any heat in the building, but this year, wonderful condition.
For me, the German ice was always really good. Whenever I skated on German ice, it always felt really good quality. And although it sounds ridiculous, it can make such a difference to the skaters when jumping.
Absolutely. What's next? No rabbit hole on that one.
Yeah, can't go down that one. Next one is, how do athletes deal with nerves?
Oh, well, there is no recipe that works for everyone. There is exercises that sports psychologists and other people provide an athlete to learn how to focus on certain words that keep themselves calm and keep themselves organized. And sometimes it's hard for the coach to really, to read into an athlete who's not very verbal, but they might be very controlled and they're calm, right? Other people are really verbal and you're going, wow, lighten up here, right? So you have to learn your athlete, number one. See whether you're able to, as a coach, work with the athlete to get them in the optimum psychological position and comfort zone to be able to perform. And if not, then you may bring in outside experts.
And so often it can be the mental approach from the athlete can be dependent upon the family setup, the way that they've been raised as humans, and they bring that approach to their nerves. We don't know how the athletes deal with nerves, not really having an understanding of how they train. So we can't get a gauge for their percentage of success in training.
I dealt with nerves at the World Championships when I competed there, and I was so nervous, pacing up and down, wondering and worrying and everything. And then the other half of my brain said, shut up.
Oh, really?
Here's your choice. Take your skates off. There's a taxi outside. Get in the taxi, go to the airport, go home. Like, either do this or don't do it. So I had a little chat with myself. And I said, I want to do it. And went out and skated. So
oh, nice.
Everybody deals with it differently. Here we go. The women's free programs. We get started in the final event here at day number 2.
An old school psychological approach there.
Just
shut up and go with it.
Yeah, exactly. Our first competitor represents Greece, 17-year-old Whitney Ford, first Junior Grand Prix season, 32nd after the short program. New experience. Will lead off the competition, here to gain experience and to enjoy the process of representing your country. She'll skate To Fix You by Coldplay.
Stuck in
17-year-old Whitney Ford, representing Greece, starts the women's free skate, and she has a smile that made my notes yesterday in the short program, and a beautiful smile again in the free skate.
She had a really great skate here. I mean, this is skaters in doubles. That's fine. Did the double axel, got all the way around. This was a successful skate for this young woman. Solid. I think why she had to smile, she was enjoying it and doing extremely well. And how nice is that? Let's take a look at some of the elements. Here's the axle. She intended to do that, to do a double, but she slipped off that takeoff edge, but did the double toe right away. Here's the second time. Here's the double axle. Watch, she gets pretty sure all the way around. Good lift, tighter in the air, all the way around, just has to step out, but great job. Follows that up with a nice double flip, double toe loop here. Really organized today. You know, it was a tough short program, but more calm and controlled. Double loop, Euler, double sow, and continued throughout this program to have a pretty clean program for her and a good feeling getting off the ice.
Yeah, and beautiful music, such brilliant music, a nice version of the song as well, and you can sense that she obviously enjoyed performing to it. Great knee slide as part of the choreo sequence for Whitney too. She turns 18 next week. Hopefully she'll remember the final days of her youth as a non-adult in Gdansk, Poland, representing Greece. There, that smile that was so wonderful throughout again at the end as she's joined by Anna Zadorozhnyuk, Ukrainian ice dancer.
It's so satisfying when you see an athlete, no, I don't care if they're doubles or singles or triples or quads or whatever, get off the ice and say, that's what I can do. And I'm proud of that. And I feel good with that, no matter what the score is. And in juniors, really, that's pretty much what it's about, what it should be about. When you get to the higher level, you're battling for, you know, podium, or you're battling for the final and all that kind of stuff. It's a little bit of a different issue for sure. But for most of these athletes, it's about that.
Yeah, and the quality of the skating that Whitney has showcases years of hard work. She's got beautiful style across ice, lovely posture, good extension. Exactly.
56.74 for Whitney. Of course, she's the first skater out in the competition with an 82.88. Nice job.
Whitney has earned in total 82.88 points.
And there is our next competitor representing Luxembourg, 16-year-old Rebecca Toft, first Junior Grand Prix event. And you'll hear that a lot. 31st after the short program, their first time out in the Junior Grand Prix. She'll need a 54.89 to take the lead. And she's going to skate To Ride by Lana Del Rey and My Blood by Ellie Goulding.
Rebecca Toft, the 16-year-old representing Luxembourg in her first Junior Grand Prix. You can see the red boxes indicate some negative grades of execution, but a fighting performance, and it just looked like there was tension, which is to be expected.
Well, having to fight, you know, I mean, you need that skill because you want to hang on and keep on your feet. And we're going to take a look at this first element. There's the double loop. Okay, no problem. And here is the double axel. And this goes in as a fall. Let's see. And hangs on. Yeah, most of her weight is on that left hand. I didn't see that, but read the definition of a fall.
So the fall is defined as a loss of control by a skater with the result that the majority of their body weight is on the ice, supported by any other part of the body other than the blades. And at the point that Rebecca's hands,
her left
I'm
hand.
a bit concerned that the ending, she put her hand down quite a lot as well. So hopefully there's not another fall incurred.
No.
As we see her fight through this Euler into the double saddle.
But good on the technical panel, picked up that really well. I didn't see that left hand, so it looked like she was hopping around, but good job with the technical panel. And wanted to read that definition of the fall for people to sort of understand. You can see the struggle. Yeah, she was really fighting through the program, and you have to sometimes. You're a little bit off. It's just not natural, but you've got to have that strong body core.
And here, joined by coach Sana Linman. Rebecca was second at the Luxembourg Nationals by just 0.5, so she lost the title, but just a narrow margin. And hopefully now within Luxembourg, as we see Luxembourg skater compete next week, there's competition to push both Rebecca and the skaters there forward.
Free program score 52.76. That is second in the free program for Rebecca, with a total competition score of 80.76, and that will put Rebecca for the moment over on to second place.
Total 80.76 points. She is currently in second place.
Our next competitor represents Turkey, 18-year-old Yagmur Derin Kevinc. First Junior Grand Prix event. So does not have a personal best score in the free program. We'll earn that right now. We'll need a 53.22 to take the lead. She'll skate to stand up.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I had to run. I do
bringing hairography into the change combination spin at the end of the program.
Hairography?
Hairography, utilizing that ponytail within the combo spin. I wonder how that'll affect the grade of execution.
Oh, that's a new term. We're going to put that in the ISU rulebook. Yeah, you know, it didn't have success on the double axels, but the triple Salchow, although it'll be downgraded, I'm sure, but had good mechanics to it, a good start to the program. Pretty solid, the double jumps throughout the program. That was good. Well, let's take a look at some of the elements. Here's the triple Salchow. We'll see. Watch the landing. This is going to be forward. There it is. And there are 6 elements under review, so that, I'm sure, will be downgraded or certainly under-rotated. There's a double Lutz, gets a free leg back, double toe loop. Nice. Well done. Little twizzle.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah, I kept the spin in here because just a really nice position and centered. The first half was centered really nice. A little bit of traveling in the second side, but this is in at a flying change combination spin level 4 with a plus GOE. So some good points off that one element. There's a double Lutz, double toe loop a little bit later in the program. Want to carry more speed, of course, on the landing of the second jump. Does so here in the double flip. Euler squeaks it up. Double Salchow. Good work and patience.
Yagmur turns 19 on Sunday, and choosing that stand-up piece of music, bringing a brilliant tune, and you sense as a skater that feels the music, wants the connection with that. And so important for the skaters that are going to be listening to the same piece of music repeatedly for months on end. And she may shrug her shoulders now, but hopefully she's had a great time prepping for this event as well. And this will be Yagmur's last season on the junior circuit, and she'll be looking to tighten up the rotational position for the triple Salchows and the double axels to amass a technical content that she can use as a senior as well.
And we talked about it a number of times, the momentum that Turkey skating is growing with more enthusiasm. I'm sure there are people online right now watching.
Yeah, and great to build that community. So a shout out to all of the Turkish skaters that we've enjoyed on the circuit this year already, supporting Yagmur now.
And a great thank you for hosting the Junior Grand Prix in Istanbul a few weeks back. You were there?
Yeah, great event. And I think, actually, Yagmur hails from the nation that had the biggest audience of any of the stops on the Junior Grand Prix so far. So that's the accolade.
Even more than Japan?
Yeah, or louder.
Oh, louder. Oh, not as many, but they were louder.
They were, oh gosh, they were louder.
That's true. Well, most are. So, yeah, that was true. That we had great enthusiasm in that building, that's for sure. And building that community and support skaters, and mostly homegrown skaters. They're training there. And that was not always the case in the very beginning of the Turkish Federation. A number of the skaters would train in Canada or somewhere else. But it's great to see the arenas that are being built there. The federation is built there. The coaching is built there. You know, like, that is wonderful. They're becoming an independent skating development nation. So that is terrific. Congratulations to all of those involved in that build.
And the reason that's so exciting is because then those skaters that hail from that nation, that train in that nation, will carry all the education that they're going to get from these experiences, like being here for Yagmur Derin Kevinc. This information and education and experience is priceless. She may choose to carry that back as a coach moving forward as well.
Well, 11 elements in this program. 9 were under review. They're all green now in regards to they have been completed in regards to the review. So that's a lot of elements, and that's why this is taking a little bit longer. The technical panel having to make sure that they maintain a precise application of the rules for each skater. And sometimes early on groups, there's more to look at because the landings might be a little under-rotated, but it's hard to tell until you review it again. Same thing with some of the spins as well. So that's just an explanation as to why in the earlier groups sometimes there are longer reviews.
And that change for combination spin, the last element coming at level 4, and that's maybe the hairography. It wasn't the hairography. I'm just saying that. That's not real.
Here we go. 54 points. Yeah, it's not real. 54.77 for Yagmur. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 84.44. And she'll take over the lead.
Yagmur has earned in total 84.44 total points. She is currently in first place. A my powitajmy
Well, another competitor, first time out on the Junior Grand Prix, very first event, 16-year-old Dunja Tresnjic of Serbia. New to this event and this level of skating, 33rd after the short program. She'll need a 59.47 to take the lead. And she'll skate to Feeling Good by Michael Bublé.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this whole world is a new world, and a full world for me. For me.
16-year-old Dunja Tresnjic from Serbia, and this her first junior competition. She's competed internationally as a novice, but not yet as a junior. Also the first time that she's attempted triple toe in competition. So, you know, big strides forwards in the progression for this young 16-year-old.
Yeah, triple sow and triple toe attempt in the free program with a really nice double axel. Here it is. Great lift off the end of the edge. That's under rotated, but right up into an Euler, into the double sacco. So good mechanics on that. Just a little under rotated, of course. There's the triple sacco and a big lean, unfortunately, and has to take the fall. But the double-double combinations, double loop, double toe, nice and solid, good, strong back. Arms extended, great flying sit spin, great lift up into the air. That flying sit is in at a, wow, doesn't have a level at this moment. They're just reviewing it right now. And that's some really nice elements, good posture for the most part. and really nice ice coverage. But you're still in the early stages of development here.
Yeah, and making that jump from novices into juniors, and as we've discussed there, the jump technique that I think, and I'm sure will lend itself to triple jumps. What I hope is that Dunja will continue to push the speed so that she can get triple jumps that have a skating skills and a grade of execution around them that will facilitate high results when she gets them, so that she doesn't just keep pushing for triples, but she keeps pushing for the skating skills as well.
Yeah, that flying sit did come in at 0, so I'm not sure why. Maybe she didn't hit the sit position in the air, or not sure what.
I have to have a wee look at that again. Did she establish
a wee look?
A wee look at that again.
We can't. We can't go back. That's it.
That's relatively easy points for Dunja to.
Oh, there's something obviously there. That's there's no question. We're missing. But there's some nice qualities about her skating. Lots of work to do, of course.
There was this little section within the program where she had some perfectly timed arm movements within the music, that brilliant Michael Bublé track, and so all-rounded, not a skater that's comparatively weak in any one aspect, a jump technique that has quality potential for triples, maybe not a flying sit spin that's loving life, but spins that were decent, skating skills that were respectable, musicality which was respectable, just now development and time.
Yeah, exactly. And now where do you go from there with it? It's enough foundational skills there to continue to add a little bit more speed, a little bit more difficulty, learn how to rotate faster. That's something that we've talked about. You young skaters out there that are watching this Junior Grand Prix, learning how to turn quickly in the air and on the ground, with some exercises off ice. You don't need to do that on the ice. You need to do a lot of that off ice work. I'm sure your coaches are probably already teaching you that. But once you're comfortable with spinning in the air, then multi-rotational jumps become a lot easier.
All those plyometric exercises, endless off ice that so many of the world's best do, continually finding more efficient biomechanical ways in which to hit that optimal rotational position and increase the speed of rotation.
Seven elements out of the 11 were under review as we take now a look at the free program scores. For Dunja, 48.86. That's fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 73.84. That'll put Dunja currently into fourth place. She's probably wondering exactly, okay, where did those points come from? Get the report card, she'll take a look, and then she will see. Our next competitor represents Argentina, 15-year-old Lilia Vlasenko. First Junior Grand Prix event, again, another skater with first time out. So we're getting some new members of the Junior Grand Prix club, I suppose. And she'll skate part of the program to Tomb Raiders.
Lilia Vlasenko, the 15-year-old from Argentina, and this one of her first ever competitions. It's hard to get any intel, no matter whether it's an Argentinian competition or international. So huge accomplishment and experience for Lilia, born in Buenos Aires.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to speak to her, like before she skated and after she skated, what the feelings were going in and what feelings were coming out of that. You know, I was interested in. I think the sport is addictive. You want to do it, but do you enjoy the moment? Like, did you enjoy the moment? Because I remember, as I said, well, get in the taxi and get out of here if you don't enjoy it. Then I dealt with myself and I went there. There's no problem. But, with these young skaters, just a triple salad attempt. Good attempt. Now, this is downgraded, of course, but good mechanics on the takeoff. Great. She tried it. There's a second one, and that didn't get around nearly as far as the other one. And then the double Lutz, no problem. Euler double flip, good work. And when you're taller, as this skater is, you've got little longer legs and arms, and that works to your advantage in some areas and tougher in other areas. And we look at this nice layback here at the end at level 2. So getting 2 of the features.
And good to see Salchow attempts in the free skate, toe loop attempts in the short program. So obviously on the brink of multiple different triples. Loop will be next, arguably, as she takes the moment to celebrate Argentina. And how great that is. And now Lilia Vlasenko has multiple seasons ahead to compete in the Junior Grand Prix. This experience being alongside the likes of Minsol Kwon and Seojin Yun, being able to see that now after her experience here, her work is done, her education is still very much in process in Gdansk. And hopefully she won't rush off to Sopot, the old town. She's going to stay and stick around and enjoy.
I'd be rushing off to Sopot. What are you talking about? Jeez, come on, you're here.
I'm going to embrace the village, the town.
Yeah.
The scores, please.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for Lilia. The free program score is 49.60. That is 4th in the free program. Total competition score, 77.62. And that'll put Lilia Vlasenko from Argentina currently into 4th place.
Lilia has earned in total 77.62 points. She's currently in 4th place.
Ready for group number 2 to warm up.
From Thailand,
Mark is quickly looking for questions.
Oh, we've got a question from one of the competitors. That's great.
Was it?
It depends what the question is.
Yeah.
Aurelien Sherbet, who I think was a Swiss skater.
Yes, she was.
Asks, we're privileged that you've taken the time to listen in and send a question. Thank you to Aurelien. But before we get to the next question, where do you find your inspiration to comment on the skaters? It's really impressive.
That's actually easy from them.
Yeah.
I mean, the great thing about this is, okay, I'm glad to know that your memory's not so good either, because it's not easy to remember everyone and everybody's name, et cetera, et cetera. But we respond, and I know you do too, we respond to what we see at the moment in the faces, in their body language, in the skating itself, in knowing the data that we have in front of us, the information we have, how long they've skated, where they skated from, how long they've trained, whether there's an injury, illness, whatever it is. We respond to the story that we're pretty familiar with because we've been in the sport all our lives, and me much longer than you. But but I think it's just the moment when you read all that in front of you. That's how you respond from your heart. And so we don't write scripts. We don't plan to say what we say. We respond to what we see in front of us, and I always have done that for 8 or 9 years. And it doesn't matter where the skater came from, whether they're in a big nation of skating or a small nation of skating. It didn't matter to me. It matters what I saw on the ice, and that's what I responded to. And I know you're pretty much the same.
Yeah, completely.
Although I shouldn't put words in your mouth. But
No, completely the same. And I think in terms of the inspiration to commentate, it comes from a life in the sport where that everybody here now in this group, so the second group in this event, everybody here, and as in the first group, we have an education that lets us know that everybody here will have spent so much of their life up to this stage devoted to skating. You know, we saw the Indian skater, I think maybe last week or the week previously, and they had lesser technical content than others, but even they too had a lower score than anything we've seen in the Junior Grand Prix this series so far, still has spent so much of their, you know, life committed.
I found that skater so inspiring because the courage that it takes to come to a Junior Grand Prix, and then the way he skated with such emotion and love for the sport was huge. And you mentioned that about the adult skating. Okay, well, I want to go down that road again. But the point, but the point was, it doesn't matter. Adult skating, a skater from India, from a country that doesn't have an ice rink, it doesn't matter. Their love of the sport and interest to be here, effort and courage that it takes.
Yeah,
that's what inspires the words. And I don't know, they just come out. And you just respond to what you see and feel.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I don't know if we've competed. We have done what they're doing. We have put ourselves through that, and so we respect the process.
Okay, what's up next? Or that's it?
Well, no. The next question is in reference to having seen kilt photo. The only question flying in will be, is Mark a true Scot?
I don't know what that means. Like, I'm not sure. Can somebody please write it?
Genuinely?
No, actually, I do. But I'm just. I just tease. I do, but I don't know if everybody does. So okay, let's.
Well, true Scotsmen don't wear.
No.
Okay,
Come on,
we can't say
come
that
on.
on air.
No,
okay.
jeez, Mark.
Jeez, I think maybe
some things are left better unsaid. Young
time for me to like go and have a word with myself.
Here, let me put the filters back on, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Personal favorite jumps and spins. Mr. Barton?
Love the Lutz. That's the one I flew off the best. I just love her racing down the ice and just flying off that one. The favorite one? That one?
I'm sharing that with you today. I love Lutz.
Yeah, no, it's great. I like Axels too. I was a little wild on them, but, you know, love them. Just like forward, okay, let me at it, right? Yeah. You know, I figured, go faster, throw body higher, okay? You know, your brain goes like that. Then when you fall on your head, you go, maybe I should think of technique. You know?
Maybe some technique might help.
Yeah, exactly.
Favorite spin? My favorite spin was flying camel.
I like the sit spin because I could really pick up a lot of centrifugal force by the use of the free leg as it comes around. If you let it drift away from you and then you pull it back in your body core, you can really snap in. Yes. Okay, another filter.
Oh, sore fall there.
Yeah, you take some of those hard falls on the hips, and this is not an easy sport. You know, I watch a lot of sport. I love football and baseball and hockey and soccer and tennis. Love tennis. I play tennis a lot and love it. Okay, I'm just not a, what's it called? Yeah, cricket. Cricket fan. But this is one of the toughest sports. You don't have any pads on the hips, and you're hitting that ice as hard as another body will hit you, and pretty resilient, these skaters.
You know, and, you know, I've worked with rugby players. Rugby is renowned as a pretty tough sport.
And played that, yeah.
And the rugby players, when they see what we figure skaters do, say, whoa, you guys are tough.
Yeah. Rugby's pretty tough. I mean, I played number 8 in the scrum, so, you know, your ears get pretty beat up. That's a big flappers there for a while. Nice triple salchow mechanics, a little under-rotated, but good work.
And actually, within this group, we have the Spanish skater and the Mexican skater, and, you know, we were privy and party to seeing the friendship and camaraderie between them in the skaters' lounge, and, you know, an insight into the friendships that are built. And these are friendships that, you know, we've heard other coaches talking about being back in the Junior Grand Prix as coaches, reconnecting with friends they made as skaters.
Yep. Here we go. Group number 2, women's free program. Final event on day 2 here. Week 6. Okay, that's the last of the numbers, I promise. Our first competitor represents Thailand, Angelina Ismalone, 13 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, 20th at the Asian Open, 26 after the short program, 49.07, needs that to take the lead. And she'll skate to the haunting music of Schindler's List.
Angelina Ismalone from Thailand getting it done, and she's only ever landed one clean triple in competition before, but her score at the free skate at the Asian Open of 52, she's had about the same score already just in the tech score before the components had added. That was amazing.
Oh my gosh. And I'm not only happy for her, I'm happy for the Thailand Federation getting really motivated and pushing through. Let's take a look at these elements. Just amazing. Nice to black. So we looked at each other. Wow, that was really good.
Yep.
Thinking, okay, what's next? Okay, we'll take a look here. And then it comes down the ice. Triple toe loop, or triple salchow, pardon me, all the way into the double toe loop. No problem. She was on a mission and in the zone. There's a triple toe loop a little bit later, but she wasn't done.
No, and no debate, no question.
No, there's no question. Triple toe loop a little bit later in the program, maybe a little under. It might be a hook on a quarter. I'm not sure. We'll look. Double axel. This is such a good example of a young skating nation evolving and developing very quickly good basic technique and skating. They are a center of excellence also for the ISU down there. They have resources, but most importantly, they have leadership that want to put this country on the map in the sport of figure skating, and they're well on their way.
Yeah, and to have a skater to be, mentally strong enough to go out there and what was most amazing was that it wasn't like Angelina felt like each element was a question mark. There was just expectation of delivering what she can do, and now moving. I feel like now that's a great reflection of where she's at. She's about to add almost 30 points to the score that she had at the Asian Open Trophy in Bangkok not long ago, and now it'll be loop flip, loops, bish bash bosh.
Look at the coach sitting there, trying not to smile from ear to ear.
Yeah.
But you can see that smile is like, he's just wanting to. Yeah. So her personal best, well, she actually doesn't have a personal best on the Junior Grand Prix, but you're going to see a pretty good free program score for her. Well deserved. Good for the Thailand Federation, for all the other skating colleagues back in Bangkok or elsewhere.
And it looks
good for her.
Yeah, and Angelina was training a little bit in Kurmayur in the Thailand mountains in the summer, I think, as well. So she's got the great facilities that they've got in Bangkok, and obviously exploring the world and amassing an education that will allow her to compete as well as she had on this big stage. She didn't get the chance to compete in the Junior Grand Prix in her home nation, but she saved up the time to come and really deliver.
And hopefully she inspires the other skaters back in Thailand.
Of the other skaters that we've seen so far, none of the Thai skaters on the series until now have delivered as many clean triple attempts.
Exactly, yeah. But it was solid, but not this level. Not.
So the I use that word again too often. The contest for Thai champion.
Downgraded to the contest. Okay, let's take a look. 77.31 for the free program. That is first so far, with a total competition score of 112.69. And you can see Angelina go, woo, that's good. And it is. Well done, well focused, well delivered.
69 points. She's currently in first place.
Well, there is our next competitor representing Poland.
Next to skate,
14-year-old Anastasia Bezuhla. First Junior Grand Prix event. 25th after the short program. Exciting to skate here in front of friends and family. She'll skate the free program to Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones.
Anastasia Bezuhla proudly represents the home nation here in Poland, and a smile across her face. She will be pleased to have stood up on the triple lutz attempt, and the salcho's not rotated fully quite yet, but still a good outing.
Yeah, but good mechanics and getting through that program pretty clean for her at the stage where she's at. And there's some under rotations, no question, but when you're landing on one foot and that's the mission, just to get the feel in competition, well, the mission's partially accomplished. Here's the triple lutz, big long lead in.
Great edge.
Yeah, really good edge. Triple lutz double toe loop. That is in with the under rotation on the lutz. And here's the triple salchow. And that looks okay. No, that's under rotated as well in the system. We're getting this updates live from the judging panel. And there's the second triple lutz. That looked pretty good, but that's also under. Keeping it consistent, that's for sure. There's triple salchow. And that'll probably be under. Oh, it's downgraded, in fact. But I think, you know, for this young woman, the mission is do the triple jump, then on one foot.
Yeah.
You're going to deal with improving the quickness and the height to get it, all that around. But the basic mechanics of each jump are there.
And her coach, Przemysław Domanski, was explaining that he believes she will do as is in practice. And how great that she's done that. I mean, this obviously is a reflection of what she's capable of in practice, delivering what she can. And she, you know, can't ask for more from the skaters, especially under the added pressure of being in the home nation. And she trains at the Edge Skating Academy with Domanski, her coach there, who's the head coach there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, the highest level that a skater can be at their stage of development, and this was it. This is where this young woman is at. That's the best she can be, and she did it. Now, she's going to want to, okay, what's my next goal? And we'll move on to that.
And it was her coach who was saying that it feels, he was saying, as I was saying in warm-up, you know, it's so nice to be back in the Junior Grand Prix. He competed here in this event. It feels like being back in a time machine, back in Gdansk, and reconnecting with coaches that he knew as athletes. And that's now what may happen for Anastasia. She's competing here, forging new friendships, making new connections early in her skating development.
And you can see she's still got that, wearing that smile,
Yeah.
feeling pretty good about that program. And I hope she doesn't, you know, worry too much about the scores, because she's going to take a look at that report card. She'll see a lot of under rotations there, which are accurate. It's fine. It's not a problem.
But when those under rotations go in the system fully rotated, she could add a sizable chunk to the tech score.
Yeah, that you're jumping 10 points then.
Yeah.
At least. Free program score 66.37. That's second in the free program. Total competition score 102.65. And that'll put her second as well. Maybe a little under what she thought or hoped it would be. It is accurate to what she did, but progress made, experience gained. Now move on, move forward, and she will. Our next competitor represents Spain, 18-year-old Celia Vandhana Garnacho. Second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 41st last year right here in Gdansk. She's 28th after the short program here. Needs 79.81 to take the lead. Our best is 68.21 from last season, skating to X Genesis Symphony Part 3, Redemption by Muse.
Celia Vandhana Garnacho, born in Nepal, representing Spain, and you can see she's obviously perhaps in pain and frustrated with the performance, but first time she's done triple flip in competition, so the starting element, at very least, one that she will look back on with pride.
Yeah, and look to get a little fatigued partway through the program. That could have been because she was a little frustrated with some of the pops and whatnot, and then, you know, a little bit of frustration or anger comes into it. Then you get physically tired, and then the whole thing starts to snowball there. But a good start to that, and maybe something accomplishes the triple flip, gets it around, swingy free leg, but stands up. Great fight on that, and comes down the ice with the triple toe loop. Takes a hard fall. Look at that ice, how clean the ice is sliding.
Yeah.
Hard to get up when you have fresh ice. There's the double axel, Euler, double flip. So that worked. A little bit starting to, not collapse, but a little wonky in the air. Same thing there with a wrapped free leg. So as the fatigue started to go, so did the technique and position in the air. The flying sit near the end of the program. Flying change combination spin, pardon me, level 3. And you really can see in times when the fatigue starts to settle in. As a skater, you know it, you're dragging. I mean, you're dragging. But visually, you can also see the positions are as crisp, the toe is not pointed, you know, just saggy.
Yeah, the lack of ability to commit energy through the muscle fibers starting to suffer. And but for Celia, interesting, you know, I mentioned yesterday that she's a university student as well, so trying to marry the academics and her competitive skating pursuits. But you sense there is a maturity a little bit, and interesting again now just to see that post-performance analysis. She's really mindful of what has been done.
The scores, please.
With the free program scores, for Celia, 62.93, that is third in the free program. The 95.82, that also will put it third overall at this stage of the competition. A little disappointed, but you know, she got that difficult triple flip done at the top of the program. Once she starts to organize the rest of that, gets onto the Lutz, then things start to really take off. But it's a process. It takes time and patience. Our next competitor is from Norway, 18-year-old Linnea Kilsand. First Junior Grand Prix event, as most of these skaters are. 82.41 personal best back in 2022. Skating to Wicked Game and Silver Key.
Linnea Kilsand from Norway, and a skater that so recently competed on the Challenger Series at the Nebelhorn Trophy, scoring 20 points more in her short program there than she did yesterday, and a skater capable of so much. Just mental fragility, maybe because she was so frustrated with the short program, extra pressure for the free skate, but just unable to translate the desire.
Very elegant skater. I mean, she's got beautiful body lines. It's really lovely qualities, but she also is very aggressive with the takeoffs and that just popped so many jumps. I didn't even show those. Popped so many jumps. Here's the triple sacco, the one that did turn, so it gets out around. You can see she can do it, but she rushed the takeoff, didn't fold into rotation on these other jumps, and that was costly, and that just started to beat her up a little bit mentally, and then she'd try harder the next one and it would pop, and then she'd try harder, then it would pop. So got that one organized. You can see that she has the ability and the skill. And there's the double toe, double loop, and taking the fall on that.
The timing, the takeoffs, all quality, and it's no surprise for us to know that she can post big scores. So hard when you're in that rut.
Yeah.
So little time, and then when the brain is exhausted and you're fighting the lactic acid buildup in your legs to recalibrate quickly on the spot, and then suddenly start taking pop jumps or falls into successful landed triples.
When you run your program enough and you do 2-3 run-throughs a day, you will always run into every different situation you might in competition. Then you learn how to cope with it. If you don't do enough run-throughs, and I don't know, I'm not suggesting that she doesn't, but if you don't do enough run-throughs, then you don't have enough experience about, oh, well, last time I didn't make that mistake, but I made this mistake. You need to roll every scenario that's going to possibly come up to know how to cope with it. So perhaps more run-throughs. Maybe she hasn't had enough time. I don't know, right? But she's a very lovely skater.
Yes.
But that really, began to fall apart.
Yeah. It's almost like she can't readdress or relive or learn necessarily from that performance, but from the feelings that she felt there, and learn from the feelings that cultivated that performance.
She's got, you pull a trigger. When you go to jump, you build up all this power, whether you're bending your knees, stretching back, whatever the case may be, and you have to pull the trigger all at the same time, so all the body parts work together. And when she went to pull the trigger, no, the body parts were not going to work together. She just needs to work that out. Totally possible for her. 50.59, 7th in the free program. Certainly has a lot more ability than that. And with an 87.35, 4th overall at this stage of the competition. Love to see her skate her program like I know she can, because she's a lovely skater. But that's the type of program that might motivate her.
Yeah, hopefully this is the turning point.
Yeah.
Next to skate, representing Mexico, Tabea Artasanchez.
It was a wonderful hug between Victoria and our coach.
Yeah.
Both in the last performance backstage, I could see, and again just now too, some real connection.
Well, Victoria will need a 77.72 to take the lead, and she'll skate the free program to Your Song by Lady Gaga and Elton John.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, a woman who makes potions on a traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody
A complete contrast to the short program. Victoria Tabea Artasanchez from Mexico. So wonderfully expressive and appears to really wear her heart on her sleeve.
She looks a little bit like Maddie Skisas,
Yes, she
Canadian
does,
champion. She has similar features. And you can see the Mexican delegation. They're finally getting going. The other teams are getting going on the cheering thing. That's good. What a lovely field that she provides you as a viewer in her program. You can see that double axel, that'll be downgraded 94, but still mechanics okay. The double lutz, double toe, double loop, get that done. And the old pony back, what do you call it?
Choreography.
Choreography, yeah, on the landing there. Second double axel, double flip, double loop. But she has this beautiful, and I wanted to show this, just has an attentive look on the ice in her program. Look at that, close the eyes and move the head and move the upper body at the same time. There was, a care for the emotion of the music, and that was cool.
And, it could be daunting to come into an event like this, but it doesn't look like she's phased. She looks like she's embracing the opportunity to express.
Yeah, yeah. And look at that. She's full of personality, this young one. And but you could see it in her body language. Yeah, there's jumps and spins and there's hit and misses and not, but the performance was there.
And she hasn't landed when she did the Mexico Cup. She's not landed double axel clean. I saw double axel clean in warm up today. That I imagine would have been a goal, but no, she's here. She's in the kiss and cry. She's embracing it now. She's forcing her coach to do the same.
And whatever she did technically, she continued to work on that for sure. She wears her heart and soul on her sleeve, and you see it in her performance. How lovely is that?
Yeah, and both in different styles. She had the Fergie music. Oh no, I think she had different music in the short program, completely contrasting with that which she used today, and yet both of which she taps into.
Bang Bang and A Little Party Never Killed Nobody.
Yeah, it's a complete difference. Yeah, and both of them. She's found a sport that allows her to show off what seems innately her.
Yeah, to express exactly who she is.
And as I said just before she took to the ice, the hug that she had with her coach, before I saw them hugging in the last competitor's performance back, off the ice, and then another hug before getting on. Just great camaraderie between coach
Well,
and
their
skater.
experiences together. 57.90 for Victoria. That's fourth in the free program. 92.88 overall score. That puts her, for the moment, overall into fourth place. But still, the smile, the talk, the chat, the fun, and that's there. And lovely skater. Some work to do to quicken the rotation up, get a little bit more airtime. But certainly we don't need to ask her for more personality.
No.
She's got it. Okay, we go to video time right now. What's up on the menu here, Mark?
So given that they were in the middle of the women's competition, we'll have a look at Mao Shimada, who won her first Junior Grand Prix. We'll see her compete again next week. And then to some of the antics from Osaka backstage. And then the interview with Ami Nakai, who has secured her spot at the final, having won both of her assignments. And then a look at the World's promo for the World Championships taking place in Montreal in Canada next March in 2024.
I like the word antics. We're going to see some antics. Okay, well, let's take a look at some antics. We hope you enjoy. We'll be back right after this.
すごくたくさんの応援をいただけて緊張はしたんですけど、その応援していただいたおかげで楽しく滑ることができました。やっぱり世界ジュニア選手権優勝して昨シーズンのグランプリシリーズも優勝したので、やはり今シーズンも絶対入賞したいって思いはあったんですけど、10位にとらわれずに自分のプログラムをいいように終わりたいと思っています。今はまだ試合に入れる予定はないんですが、練習はしていきたいと思います。いつも応援ありがとうございます。今シーズンも全力で頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Welcome to Osaka.
So scary.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations. How do you feel after the skate today?
少し悔しい気持ちもありますが、1位になれてすごく嬉しいです。
So the goal coming into this competition was to land a triple axel. Are you disappointed because no triple triple?
コンビネーションが全てダブルになったので、そこを改善していきたいです。
So, I mean, you're the first skater to guarantee qualifying for the Junior Grand Prix final. You competed at the Junior Grand Prix final last year. What is the goal for this coming Junior Grand Prix final?
ファイナルではショート、フリーどちらも完璧な演技をして表彰台に乗りたいです。
And you've obviously worked really hard. Are you going to have a little rest and a little holiday, a little break?
はい。
Well deserved, yeah, well deserved rest. So, omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations.
ありがとうございます。
Welcome back, Mark. Stop being so lazy. Rushing over to get a cup of coffee. Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk, the final event, the women's free program. We've seen 2 groups so far. We have 4 more to come. Group number 3 on the ice for their warm-up. Do we have any questions, Mark?
I think we have exhausted the questions, and so thus we send out the call to all for further updates and intrigue on the antics of what's happening in Gdansk.
Okay, let's see how creative you are. Come up with something. Or maybe I will.
Okay, I'm going to give you yes or no. You have to pick one. Okay, are you going to skate to Putting on the Ritz or Carmen?
Well, what role do I play in Carmen?
You're the one of the guys.
Oh,
obviously. Toreador, Matador.
I don't know if I'm Putting on the Ritz, guys. I got to go with Carmen, whatever role I'm playing, but not Carmen. But anyways.
Okay, just skate to Michael Bublé, or do you skate to?
Stop looking at me weird like that.
Rachmaninoff.
Well, that's tough because I like Michael Bublé's voice. Very nice. But I love Rachmaninoff's music. I'm probably going to go with Rachmaninoff. I'm more of a classic skater. Not that I look classic, but I love classical music. I listen all the time to that classic station out of London, England. Just love it. FM.
Classic FM?
Classic FM.
Yeah,
it's fabulous. Great. Best station on the planet. So, sorry.
Okay, so that's that. And then final one. Would you skate to Les Mis or Phantom? Les Miserables or Phantom of the Opera?
Les Mis. Because, I like the Phantom. It was great. It was great. I love Les Mis. I mean, that whole story, I just love Les Mis.
Yeah.
I mean, it's overused and all that kind of stuff in skating, but, I would be picking that one.
Actually, interestingly, I don't know we've seen Phantom of the Opera performed by world champions in our sport. I'm not sure, this is maybe heathen of me to say it, but I don't think we've seen a world championship title be won using Les Mis. I don't think.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We did see Pirates, and that was by Tuk Tomosheva. And I thought that was in France. I'm not sure where that was when she won. And what year was it? Because she was she played Pirates of the Caribbean. Just like, oh my gosh, look how she's dressed, and she was amazing.
Yeah,
scary.
And Leonova did it as well. There were a few. It was obviously a popular piece. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Well done. I mean, well played.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, I don't have a question for you. So. Okay. If you did another sport other than figure skating, what it would be? And don't tell me cricket or log throwing or whatever you guys do over there.
Gymnastics.
Gymnastics. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd love to have the physique of a guy that does the rings. That's an impressive physique.
Well, it's not about the physique. It's about the sport, for God's sake. So, I mean, holy moly.
Yeah, how cool it would be to have those guns.
Okay.
Yes.
So, people would have sent a question and we're going to keep making this stuff up. Well, usually we're quite chatty, but it's been a long day.
Yeah, long days. And long days for the skaters too, because all of the skaters will have had their practice. The practice for the women had 99% confident took place on the practice rink, which everybody acknowledging is quite chilly. But fortunately, in Gdansk, the practice rink is under the same roof, so everything's centralized, which is great for the skaters.
Yeah, it's a good setup here, it really is, and it's one of the reasons that Gdansk has hosted so many competitions.
So this, obviously, the penultimate stop. Next week, we'll see the junior world champion compete again. Mao Shimada, she will return. Those of you that joined the resurface will have heard what she had to say about her win.
And you have not been in that part of the world.
No.
Yeah, Yarvan, very interesting. About 4.5-hour flight from Gdansk. We'll leave on Sunday night. I know you don't come in till Tuesday or leave on Tuesday anyways. Slacker. But yeah, it's really interesting. Very, very interesting.
I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, Yarvan was cancelled last year. We were scheduled to be there.
Yeah, and 2 or 3 years ago, whenever we went to Yarvan, it was the final Junior Grand Prix as well. So we did a little closing. Maybe we'll do a little wrap-up of the Junior Grand Prix this season from Yarvan.
A montage.
Yeah, kilt boy. Super kilt man.
So this group, as we look towards the next 5 skaters, this is a group of skaters, all of which I think have been successful with double axel, maybe 1 triple at this stage, looking for either consistency or to perhaps challenge themselves technically with a new triple added.
Yeah, it was interesting. I talked about, I think in the opening last week, pardon me, the depth of that field was incredible. It really was. I mean, I was shocked. It's a little bit less depth here this week. There's a lot of really good skaters in the Junior Grand Prix, but they don't always all meet in the same competition because of people pick the different weeks and whatnot. So we'll see what we have next week in Yerevan. And but last week was pretty special.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because we've seen the jumping passes of the women's event obviously stay somewhat static. Triple axel by Midorito in the late 80s, and a benchmark that some aspire to at senior level, but now more doing triple loops and triple triples, many more within each junior and senior event.
Well, here we go. Group number 3, first skater out from representing Belgium, 14-year-old Charlotte Jens, 22nd after the short program, very first Junior Grand Prix event. Needs 75.30 to take the lead. Her best is 59.39. She'll skate to Tosca Fantasy.
14-year-old Charlotte Jennes from Belgium started skating at 3 years old because her sister skated in the club, and now 11 years later completes her second Junior Grand Prix of this season.
Now she can either thank or blame her sister. Yeah, good, strong skater, no question. Will work on connecting to the music a little bit more, but just 14, you know, very young. Looks older,
yes,
for sure, but very powerful. We'll take a look at some of the elements. Here's that double axel, beautiful lift off the edge to open the program. Comes back down the ice. Triple flip. This is downgraded for sure. That was landing forward. But the mechanics of the jump, the basic technique is very good. Just not quick enough in the air to get all the way around. Coming up, triple sock out. Gets good lift on that. Probably a little under. We'll see what happens. It is, yeah, actually downgraded here. And then a little bit further in the program, the double Lutz. Step up into the double axel. That'll be a little under rotated as well. So there's a lot of under rotations here. The technical panel will take a look at that. But basic jump technique is good. Quickness into rotation, that's what will mostly fix the under rotations.
Yes, and a better skate for Charlotte in this event, and she shared a wonderful post on Instagram just last week with the quote or the caption saying, "Every fall is a chance to rise higher." And I thought, well, you know, wonderful that she's got that attitude and using that positive attitude to take her from the 59 points that she had at the Cup of Austria in Linz on her first assignment of the series, and now looking like she's going to add, well, we shall see dependent upon rotation calls as the tech panel review things now, but potentially adding 10 points to the score that she had in Linz. And for those that aren't as familiar, we just see now what's happening with the technical panels. They review and assess the rotation amounts, and for those of you that are familiar, you'll know that if a jump is under rotated, it has 70% of the value as when it's fully rotated, and if it's downgraded, it receives the same value as the jump of one less rotation. So triple goes down to the value of a double, and essentially it's better to do the double because the grade of execution goes down too. So
yeah,
those are the implications.
So you've got to get around at least enough to get some value. Under rotation, not too bad, but a downgrade is really costly. But still, with these skaters in their development, I kind of almost don't mind it if the mechanics are good and they're just maybe not tight enough, and so they see those downgrades on the report cards. They say, man, we got to fix those up, right? So they don't try it, then they, you know.
And it was interesting seeing the last skater before the resurface. I think the Mexican skater who so successfully did double axel in warm-up, Victoria Tabea Artasanchez, and then come to competition, under rotations and downgrades creep in either through exhaustion or through, you know, tension or holding back a little bit. Totally understandable.
Yep. It's very normal in juniors, particularly in the early groups.
What we've just seen for Charlotte is that the scores drop maybe 10 points with the implications of the unders and the downgrades, and she'll be used to that. She's got some competitive experience already, quite a few times internationally, so mindful of what it takes, as her coach will be, joined by Marian Jansen in the Kiss and Cry.
Free program scores for Charlotte Jennes from Belgium, 63.51. That's the season's best, with third, with 100.91 total competition score. And that'll put Charlotte currently at the stage into third place.
Charlotte has earned in total 100.91 points. She is currently in third place.
Our next competitor represents Poland. 15-year-old Weronika Ferlin, third Junior Grand Prix season, second back-to-back events, placing 27th in Budapest last week. She's 23rd here after the short program. She'll need a 75.63 to take the lead. She has 74.94 personal best, so she can do it. She'll skate to Just Walk Away by Celine Dion.
We've
15-year-old Weronika Ferlin from Poland, competing in back-to-back events, so perhaps a little fatigued and frustrated to have had that fall in the opening axel. And given the two falls early on, you have to argue that she battled well not to be too despondent and still managed to get
for
some
sure.
triples.
Absolutely love this woman's takeoff technique.
Yeah, isn't it?
It is perfect. Well, perfect's the wrong word, but it is excellent takeoff technique. Down in the knees, pushes straight up in the air. Let's take a look. Here's the triple toe loop. Look how straight and strong. Look how clean that was.
Yeah.
Reloads. Double toe, double loop. Beautiful. Once again, we'll see here the triple salcho. Watch this free leg come around. Watch that right leg come and lift way up in the air. And not all the way around. Covered a lot of air, a lot of ice in the air. And had to take the fall there. But comes back down the ice. Watch this triple salchow. Gets it all together nice and tight into the air. Hands above the head on the double toe loop. Again, just really pretty, strong technique. Double axel lifts up nicely.
So satisfying to see such a clean rotation.
Oh, it really is. And you know that this young woman could do a lot of triple combinations. But
yes.
It's timing. It just takes enough time to get the timing down. But the basic technique of volley jumps is just simply excellent. Doesn't always work perfect. Timing can be a little bit off,
Yeah.
but the technique is excellent.
And good to see that her coach forcing her to embrace the moment of competing in a home junior Grand Prix.
Forcing her? What did she do?
You feel like the coach initiated a little bit of that reaction.
I see. Okay. There you go.
Not the connection, obviously skating to the music by Celine Dion is such a powerful, voice. That's not.
Yeah, that's still missing yet in her skating, but hopefully that'll come in time.
And perhaps the focus will be in getting the triple loop, triple flip, and triple loops before then pursuing the presentation.
Free program score 65.26. That is third in the free program. Again, beautiful technique, 102.33. Total score for the competition, that'll put Weronika currently into third place at this stage of the event. Well, there is our next competitor, who represents Australia, 14-year-old Luna Shumagaki, first Junior Grand Prix event. She needs 73.03 to take the lead. Let's skate the free program to Standing the Storm by William Joseph.
14-year-old Luma Shimogaki demonstrating some impressive flexibility and some unique spin positions. And certainly a skater fixated, as so many are, on just working through the technical content. Still a disparity a little bit between the components and the technical, but she should be satisfied with what she delivered on that score.
And you could see her thinking a lot during that program, so it wasn't all natural, automatic, so she could feel the music. But that's just a stage of development. That's not a criticism. It's just an analysis here. There's the triple loop at the top of the program. That is on the quarter, so good to get that done. And the triple toe loop, very precise with her approach. A little bit slow, that's okay, but she's wanting to get the rotation done. There's another triple toe loop right there. Gets the free leg back. Good for her to fight for that. And there's the double axel. This is under rotated into the double toe, into double loop. Lots of work going on there to get the jumps done on one foot. There will be, you know, some under rotations for sure. And you could see her face didn't really change expression because she was thinking all the way through. Not a criticism. That's the stage that you're at. I got to be doing that too. Okay, what's next? What's next? Okay, what I got to do? What I got to do?
What points are needed for this?
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, as she gets more comfortable and confident to be able to just do the jump instead of having to think about all the details, more speed and flow and more natural approach.
And for the skaters, it's so often the case that they are methodically approaching each triple jump, conscious of the value that they can offer to their end score. And what's not as tangible for them is the knowledge of where their skating skills or their presentation are at. So for Luna in the short program, she was in the mid to low 4 range out of 10 in each of the components. And in this, sometimes it can happen that it will drop a little bit in the free skate, harder to maintain quality over a longer period of time. So now presentation component coming up at a 3.96. So that's, we so often reference the technical score, but that also further feedback on where the skater can enhance their.
That's a very good point, Mark. Yeah, we often talk about the technical, and we should refer a little bit more to the PCs, particularly in the areas where, now that's gone up to 4 now, but still, you know, lots of room for improvement there.
And the program component score for Luna actually does govern more of her score. She has 32 points, so more comes from the second mark for her than for the technical. So perhaps that's the reason that she's, you know, consciously pursuing more technical stuff. Tends to can vary for different skaters, but a fairly even divide for many between components and technical. But I love the layback, the crossed position and the layback, the blade to head, taking it across her head. That was really cool. I'll remember that. Thank you, Luna, and the team for that.
Well, 6 elements were under review. They're all completed now. Waiting for the scores to come in.
The Asian trophy shed a 59.7.
So looking to beat that score. And she did, 61.39, and that'll put Luna currently into 6th place. 101.06, that'll move her into 4th place overall for the moment in the competition. She's taking that all in, thinking about that.
Process.
Yeah, exactly. Our next competitor comes from Denmark, 18-year-old Selma Siri Larsen, 21st after the short program, has a personal best of 66.54, and she'll need a 75.13 to take the lead. She'll skate to Nuria from the White Crow.
Well, the second time today we've heard music Nuria from the White Crow, and this time for Selma Siri Larsen with some real mature intensity and some really special moments choreographically and within the presentation component score.
Yeah, you know, and I love the opening pose and that look on her face. I know it doesn't have anything to do tactically with the program, but she set the mood and set the stage for something that was thoughtful and serious. And I thought she carried it through really well. Had some nice elements as well. There's a couple of mistakes here and there. We'll take a look inside the program, but beautiful. We see the triple Salchow lift way up in the air, get all the way around. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I've seen so many of them in practice, and that one of the better ones, so she'll have been relieved to start with that.
And there's the double axel. Lifts way up in the air, into an Euler, into the double Salchow. So nicely done. Good start to the program. Here's the triple loop. This didn't work quite as well. Patient go push up and look pretty good with the upper body, but the right foot not all the way around. Takes the fall. This double axel sort of flies off the end and then covers it up with a little choreo, you know. And a really good spinner. And I didn't take her best spin, which was before this, but still great flexibility and strength and balance throughout as well. The combination spin coming in at a level 2. Campbell spin, pardon me.
And
there's the smile. So she's out of the serious now. She's into the,
she's back. And there's the coach and choreographer, Leonora Kalmar Jepsen, and somebody on Twitter helped me to realize that she was the Danish representative at the Eurovision Song Contest in 2019.
Wow.
Also a 2-time Junior World Championship competitor in figure skating, but a Eurovision Song Contest.
Was she good at singing?
She must be. These skaters are amazing.
They are amazing. The score, season's best, 68.59. Big smile for Selma Siri Larsen, 60, and then 106.16 total competition for the score. That'll put it currently into second place.
Selma Siri has earned in total 106.16 points. She is currently in second place. A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Ukrainy.
Our next competitor represents Ukraine. 15-year-old Anastasia Vasylchenko, second Junior Grand Prix season, 19th after the short program. And she's going to need a 71.60 to take the lead. She'll skate to Rain in Your Black Eyes by Ezio Basso.
Anastasia Vasylchenko, a 15-year-old from Ukraine, now training in Romania. And you can see the opening triple lutz double toe. Not even a question on that from the technical panel. No review there. Such was the quality of that opening element. And struggling to stick the
She
rest.
reminds me of Alesia Ray from Germany. Really a wonderful package on the ice. Powerful, quick, and she explodes off the ice. Now, everything didn't work perfectly, but she has all those attributes already in her skate. Look at the triple lutz. Look at the height. Way up in the air, up into the double toe loop. Just excellent timing, excellent technique. Now, she didn't execute every jump perfectly as well as that one, but still the technique is there. There's a triple flip, and this lands forward and then skids, and then she has to take the fall. So that was a downgrade, but still the timing of the takeoff was good. Here's a look at the camels, and look at the change of edge from back outside to forward inside. Great flexibility, wonderful strength as well. Here's a triple toe loop a little bit later in the program, over rotates. These are small errors which, when she checks those jumps out a little bit better, a little bit more consistent, the technique is really good. The jump quality is really good. Not on the landing yet, but on the rest of it is.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, a young skater that's got so much to contend with at the moment in her life, and just not having the so much perhaps else to contend with in life, to have the conviction to stick every landing and sustain each right back outside edge. But the comfort and consoling and kiss from her coach, nice to see, and that she's in good hands. And you can almost see this youngster being so brave right now, deep inhalation, conducting herself in a manner, showing bravery, but they're still young people.
Yeah, for sure. And they, you know, she's good enough. You can see that she can do all these elements. And of course, that was her goal. You know, she might accept a mistake, maybe two, but, you know, so, but the good news is that she's a really good skater, and she's got good technique. She's got everything there. Now, learning to put it in competition is next chore.
And although the planned program content has the potential to score up towards 100, although what was delivered won't be capable of matching that, it does look that she's going to get a big personal best.
Yeah, no, her personal best is 61.49. She's going to smash that with the mistakes. Now, you start cleaning that up, where does that score go? So they recognize the skateability, the technique, you know, the qualities. It has to reduce for the mistakes, no problem. But overall, this is a good skater. Bright future. 70.85. That's second in the free program. And 111.95. That'll also put her overall for the moment in second. She knows how much more she can do. This is why she's upset.
And she quoted it, the only real victory is the victory over oneself. So she knows that already. Still pursuing that battle over her own brain space to get that clean skate.
Yeah, and this is where you'd really like to help out.
I know, you do. You just want to give them a pat in the back and say it's all going to be okay.
It's okay, but they don't know. You know, they have to live it. They have to go through it.
From Great Britain, Alexa Severn.
There's a look at the start order for group number 4.
From Slovakia, Olivia Lengyelova. From Poland, Alexandra Janikowska.
3 more groups to come.
Halfway through the women's free skate.
Daria Trubitson.
Okay, any more difficult questions there?
2 interesting questions coming up. One from @s.norwood1. What is your best tip to get an axle?
Well, if you could buy one, I would say that. But you know,
well, they're quite expensive if it's in terms of lessons.
You can buy them. It depends on the lessons. It's to sort of get. To me, it's sort of to become comfortable with the forward takeoff. Because I find the axle, you've got both arms and the free leg, and if you use those limbs together, of course, with the jumping leg, that'll just snap you off that edge and take you up in the air, and you convert into rotation. But because you start so slow, people start to twist it and turn it and try to spin it, and that's always difficult. So
really analyzing, or not analyzing, but outsourcing a jump technique that will give you an axle takeoff that could be turned into double or triple if you choose to do so. But as you say, when you're first learning it, you just want to get round to backwards, and you get all sorts of weird and wonderful positions with the body on the forward outside edge.
Well, you know, and everybody's a little bit different. You see some people start with that left arm, if you're going counterclockwise, left arm forward, and then they whip the right arm around as they take off the edge. Some people use both arms and free leg to lift them off, then convert into back rotation position. So you have different approaches, and depending on, you know, some skaters can't hold themselves checked on that forward outside edge, so they have to check it with that left arm. I didn't like that. I always brought both arms back and used everything I could.
It's interesting having seen other triple axels that have been landed in the women's competition in recent years, and they have used that very different technique, and it's been callable and it's worked.
Yeah.
But you still hark back. Well, I still hark back to a reference to her already. Midori Ito, the first to land a triple axel in the women's competition, and she rocket launched herself into the sky, and it's much more exciting to watch. Potentially much higher grade of execution. But now, with the sport the way it is, potentially physically too demanding if you're still trying to pursue multiple hard jumping passes.
So I'm sorry to whoever asked that question because we didn't answer it. But no. Yeah, no, you're going to find your comfort zone on this. You have to learn to take off forward and convert into a spin, get over onto the right side if you're going counterclockwise. And learn that feeling. Once you get that, you say, well, this is easy. Because it's hard in the beginning. And then you go, well, wait a minute, why make such a big deal out of this? It wasn't really that hard. So you try too hard, right? So.
It's so interesting. When we watch these events, the first bullet point for the judges for a positive jump is a good takeoff and landing. And yet, skaters might start not aware of the importance of that until later. So you have landing positions that are unsustained, unextended, or takeoffs that are scrappy and scrapey. But ultimately, if you're looking to get an axel, you want to educate yourself on what is a good takeoff and what is a good landing.
Yeah, a lot of video analysis. You take a look at these juniors perhaps and say, this is all online. And you can go back and look at, thousands of them and take a look at the axles and see the different techniques and see which one you're comfortable with. I learned by visual, like when I see something, I'm going, oh, okay, I get it. Now what I got to do? If you tell me that, I have to convert your words into a thought process, into a picture, then into an action, which can be complicated. So all this video is out here. We'll take a look at these axles during the next couple groups, and we can analyze that.
Well, in the women's event, if you're looking for an axle, the most high-value double axle is that of the world champion Kaori Sakamoto, who's +5.
That's Japan's rocket to moon. I mean, Kaori just rides off the end of the edge. It's really effortless because she just uses the momentum, takes a small action, she just flies. It's incredible.
It was great to see when she was competing towards her second world title in Saitama, they had the ability to showcase the speed. They analyzed the speed in and I think the speed out. And she definitely had the fastest, and that's
totally
what translates to those good GOEs. Next question from @laura.z.k. Personal favorite choreo sequence movement.
Okay, that's your question.
Okay, so in the choreo sequence,
because you actually have flexibility to do those.
So the choreo sequence, a required element for the single skaters in the junior category, they have to showcase 2 visible skating movements, and from that you can have your own creativity within it, but the commonly used ones are that of spread eagle, when the feet are turned out, Ina Bauer, similar type of movement which requires hip flexibility, spirals, again requiring flexibility in the hamstrings and the hip flexors where the leg goes above the hip height, or hydroglides. For me, although I do have flexibility, I used to have a Bielman position, but that's no longer.
Stop bragging.
Well, it's never as good as it once was, we always reflect back on what it once was.
Carry on. What is your favorite one?
Favorite one? Well, my best one is a spiral. My favorite one is something easier, probably like a hydroglide.
I like the Ina Bauers. You get a beautiful Ina Bauer with an arch back. I mean, it's right on the crescendo. I mean, it gives you chills.
If you haven't
not
seen
that I could do it. It's just like I like watching them.
You have to check out, for those watching, if you haven't seen Shizuka Arakawa, the 2006 Olympic champion, her Ina Bauer was oofed.
Okay, we're questioned out now, so you have to send some more in. So we've got how many more warm-ups?
3 more warm-ups. Haven't we? 3 more groups.
No, this is the first.
2 more. 2 more. Okay, come on. Who's going to step up the plate? Interesting to see some different names coming in on the social media questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for sending them in. Good questions, though, really.
Really good questions. Yeah. Maybe the questions are being filtered to us. Maybe we're only seeing the best ones.
Maybe somebody else is making them up. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, gosh. Let's get back to the event. Well, our next skater had a really good short program. It was so nice to see a big smile and the kiss and cry and a great success. 15-year-old Alexa Severin from Great Britain, second junior Grand Prix season, second event this fall, 23rd in Linz. 15 down for the short program here. She was pleased. So mission accomplished there, and needs a 68.56 to take the lead. Can do it. She's 64.77. Will skate 2 steps from hell.
'15-year-old Alexa Severn from Great Britain, and to me, Ted, that was a real demonstration of character and maturity in reacting to 2 opening falls and then fighting, digging deep and showing a strength of mind that...
But thinking. I mean, she ripped those, didn't lift enough, and then you could see her a little more time, a little bit more patience on the takeoff, got enough air, got all the way around. Let's take a look at this. Here's the first one, this triple salchow. You could see the ice chip away right there, and it didn't lift her up high enough and a little too far forward on the landing. You had to take the fall on that. And then next up, here was the triple loop. And looked like it was high enough, but again, she wasn't really on top of her skate. But she had to regroup because she had those jumps coming back again. Here it is. There's the triple loop. Gets the free leg back in time. Success. Great fight. And then the triple salchow. Patient on this. Let the free leg come around. Lift her up into the air. Nice. That was all the way. Great adjustment.
Yeah, and you know, it's really hard if you've had falls to then come back from the frustration of the falls. Harder still if it's falls on those elements that you still have yet to repeat.
Yeah, to repeat. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, she did some great thinking and adjustments, and it's not easy to make adjustments in the middle of panic. you know, in the middle of concern, if you will. But she did a great job.
It looked like a skater that was in the moment there in regards to fighting for points, fighting for component scores as well. And actually, the components in comparison to her assignment in Linz do look to be stronger too. And Alexa, I know she's landed triple loop, she's landed triple flip, she can do triple toe, but you know, at some point in the off season, you have to elect, well, do I risk putting those in?
Yeah.
Mid-season, no.
Yeah.
But she's capable and they will be assigned when ready.
I would want her to use a bit more momentum, because that momentum, she's powerful but not explosive. So that momentum, if used properly and with timing, is going to give her a little bit more height, a little bit more time in the air. That momentum, scary but helpful. Season best, 71.79. We'll shake of the head going, okay, that's okay. By Alexa, 115.93, and that'll put Alexa Severin from Great Britain currently in the first place. This has been a good competition for her. She's gained some confidence.
She's currently in first place.
Nice job. Our next competitor represents Czech Republic, 14-year-old Yana Horcickova. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 13th after the short program. And she'll need a 69.77 to take the lead. She's had a 95.97, so can certainly do that. And she'll skate the free program to Shadow Me by Lindsay Sturry.
Oh, what a back bend as well. That's an amazing finish position. And Yana Horcickova from the Czech Republic.
Oh my gosh, that was phenomenal.
Yana
Look at that
Horcickova.
smile. She was completely in control on this mission, just like a shopping list. Yep, got that. Yep, got that. Wow.
And she was great. She had 5 triples in Linz, 6 clean triples here, and a good quality triples, and a huge hug from
Oh,
coach.
yeah, amazing. Watch this triple Lutz here. Straight down, straight up, great height all the way around. No rotation at all with that blade on the ice up into the double axel. So we see, here's the triple flip, same thing. Straight, and strong in the air. You need that so much. You young skaters out there watching, get this straight rotation position that this young woman has and get that free leg back early to establish balance on the landing edge. Just beautiful. Here's the second triple Lutz. Slow it down here. Down on the knee, straight up. That's just sweet.
Oh,
That's
and
just
the ankle so tight.
You can't ask much better than that. That's amazing. All the GOEs here are all in the pluses except, though, I guess the triple toe, double toe. A little minus there, but not a big deal. We'll talk about that.
And it was really lovely. We saw Yana after the short program, and she's making new friends here. We saw her with the Spanish and the Mexican skaters in the skaters lounge, and great to see that she can deliver a clean skate, a passionate skate as we look at the choreo sequence, and still have time to make new friendships and forge friendships as we see that amazing spinning as well as the jumping.
14 years old.
That's epic.
I know.
That's so hard to do, and never mind at the end of a program when you're knackered.
That's ouch. Knackered? You mean tired?
Yeah.
Okay.
Super tired.
Super tired. Wow, that was special. That was fun.
The scores, please. Yana Uezono.
95 was good at the last event.
Exactly. Well, this is a 101.48. Look at her.
You love that.
The season's best.
So cute.
That is so cute. So special. 147.65 for Yana. Wow. Tears of joy. A hug of death.
Yeah, I was going to say, her
Squeezing.
coach is going to get
no question.
strangled.
Absolutely brilliant. This is a highlight of the day so far, both from a skating perspective
Another
and a
squash.
reaction. Beautiful. Love it.
Next to skate, representing Slovakia.
Our next competitor represents Slovakia. 14-year-old Olivia Lengyelova. First Junior Grand Prix season, 17th after the short program, second event, placing 18th in Istanbul. She'll need a 105.13 to take the lead. Personal best 66.49. She'll skate to I Will Keep Coming by Low Roar.
Well, interesting contemporary choreography to conclude the program for Olivia Lengyelova from Slovakia, and a skater that's performed much better here than in Istanbul in her first stop on the Grand Prix.
And you can see she's got some good basic jump technique, not dissimilar to the skater just before.
Very similar, yeah.
But not quite as quick and not that strong program yet. You know, that's coming in time. A little bit more speed as well, but the basic technique is pretty good. There's the triple lutz, toe touchdown with a free foot, gets into the double toe loops. So that's a pretty good start. And here's the spread eagle into the triple flip, and this was over-rotated a little bit with the upper body and the foot. And here's the triple loop. Good save on that.
That was a turning point, I think, in the program.
Yeah, keep the hand and the free leg off the ice. Triple toe was nice. That was really well timed. Another triple loop a little bit later in the program. And squeaks that free leg behind, then steps up in the double axel. So quick and agile. Thinks on her feet. That's great. Saves some of the jumps. Nice Bielman.
Yeah, and there was a great cantilever, great use of body movement as she arched back and the extension in front, and she's swamped with cuddly toys.
Yeah, a lot of stuff using the kiss and cry there.
Yeah. And, you know, when a skater's had their first Junior Grand Prix assignment and scored so much lower than their personal best, for a young 14-year-old, that can be really difficult to recover from, and it's just wonderful to see Olivia here now back to the form that she enjoyed when she competed in Enya last year and scored 92.
You know, it's so much is where are they at in their development, not only as a skater, but in life, as to what their own expectations or pressures they put in. You never really know because it's hard for them to be verbal. Well, certainly it wouldn't be verbal with us, but maybe with their parents, or maybe not, maybe with the coach.
Or maybe the coach.
And maybe sometimes not at all, because they don't know how to communicate their thoughts and their feelings, right? So you have to work your way through it.
And again, sometimes the frustrations pave the way for the progress.
Well, personal best at 92.92. Not sure she'll get to that. We'll see. But season's best 66, definitely will smash that one.
And good to see that by virtue of the good rotational position, much better rotation than we've seen from others that have competed who are still struggling to get the clean calls.
Yeah, exactly. Season's best 91.12, and that is second in the free program. She smiles, and 133.65. That'll put Olivia currently into second place overall. Nice job.
Oh,
big improvement.
One of the cuddlies, I think, has the dress. Has been
Okay,
adorned
focus
with
on the skate, please. Final words of encouragement. Our next competitor comes from Poland, Alexandra Janikowska. 18th after the short program. 14 years old. Another 14-year-olds. Many of these athletes are that age range, 106.18. She'll need that. She'll skate to Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen.
14-year-old Alexandra Janikowska, the Polish skater competing in Gdansk and her first Junior Grand Prix in front of a home crowd.
Well, interesting entrance into those Lutzes. Back inside edge, holding that so that when she flipped to the outside edge, there was pressure, to pop into rotation. A long lead in, which you won't want to have long term. You're going to want to
lose the telegraphed entry.
Yeah, exactly. As you see, opening triple toe, double axle sequence. And there's that big long inside edge. Flip to the outside and get up into the air. Gets all the way around, no problem. Here's the triple salchow. Much better. A little bit forward on the landing, of course. So middle core body. Here's some of the choreo sequence. Need that strength between the shoulders and the hips. Is going to be really strong, really firm to hold not only the rotation position in the air, but also the landings.
Yeah, and the last three skaters at least really clean on the rotation. No question marks or fewer question marks regarding the rotation. Just for Alexandra needing to refine the skating skills, opening up the chest, expanding the arm and the wingspan to make a bigger, bolder aesthetic in her movement. Got a nice big, bold aesthetic there, giving the love heart and the kiss and cry. She was given a big
okay, you got, okay. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the screen here. Sorry.
And for Alexandra, she's competed at the Maria Aloeska Memorial in Poland earlier this year, and she had a big score of 81 points in the free skate there. So I think she'll fall a little bit short of that, but this a real great reflection of where she's at getting a score in the Junior Grand Prix versus the other competitors.
Yeah, it's a good measuring stick. You really need to get into this to find out, okay, amongst all the juniors in the world, or some of them anyways, where am I?
Also quite interesting to see in this event a bigger disparity, wider range perhaps between the three component scores being showcased by the judging panel. So skating skills, the strongest of the three components for Alexandra.
Yeah.
Presentation, the lowest. And we'll see her in Armenia next week. She's scheduled to compete next week for Alexandra. So it's just, one stepping stone in a busy fortnight.
Well, in some ways, it's good, these last two events to do back-to-back, because your domestic series is probably starting up pretty soon as well. And so you're well-conditioned and ready to handle the domestic, which is very important because that's selections and, national championships, etc.
Yeah, and we've seen 3 Polish skaters in this junior women's competition. Obviously, the host federation able to put 3 entrants in, so it'll be a good competition amongst those.
Let's take a look at the scores. 72.54. That is 4th in the free program with a total competition score 114.02. That'll put Alexandra currently overall, at least for the moment, into 4th place.
Alexandra has earned in total 114.02 points. She's currently in 4th place.
And here is a look at our next competitor representing Azerbaijan, 15-year-old Sabina Alieva, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 2nd event for Sabina, 30th in Linz, 16th here after the short program, so that was a good finish. And she's going to need a 104.73 to take the lead. Season's best is 61.48. Hope for the personal bests, one thing at a time.
Sabina Alieva in her fourth performance of this year's Junior Grand Prix Series. And I remember this skater last year as well. And she's capable of so much. And I thought the short program a little bit of a turning point for her yesterday, able to deliver a little more successfully. But so many spaces where she seems to unknowingly and undesirably, I'm sure, throw away so much of the program in recovering from jumping elements.
I don't know if you noticed at the beginning when they had a shot of her face, she heard something behind her. She turned her head. Distracted, then came back and had a smile on her face. So I wonder if she was just not in the moment, focused, right? And then once things started to go south a little bit, she started to throw herself a little bit more. There's the triple flip at the top of the program. Wasn't too bad, but too much on a lean to be able to stand up and breaking her body forward. Here's the triple Lutz, the second one, gets that, stands up, and that's after like 2 falls, hard falls, and so that was a good comeback part of the program. A little bit later, the triple loop. She sort of double pumped on that and didn't snap in the rotation. And watch her get up here. You can see she's going, oh boy, this is tough, because you're using a lot of energy getting up off the ice, and fought back with a triple salsa. So she never gave up. She kept fighting. This I really appreciate. Wasn't a great skate. It wasn't an easy skate, and very physically demanding. Yes,
and last year she was 33rd here, but and I saw the same scene. She's capable of so much. She can obviously do triple loops. She did triple loops yesterday, triple loop, double toe, double axel, but then had some problems with the spin. So it's just managing to get concrete concentration for the full.
Well, it seems like when she really wants it, as all skaters do, but for her the transformation of wanting it is in muscling it. And this is where you need to use momentum and good timing and technique. Make it simple, right? But as things started to go south, tried harder, and of course, that just doesn't work. I mean, trying hard is great, but you want to try hard in the right way, right?
With the right mechanics. And you almost sense that she wants to show the world what she's capable of, and then when it doesn't happen, the frustration is so very evident, and it's just channeling that frustration and not then having big gaping sections of the program where the components drop, because neither is the technical score going to be a reflection of her capabilities, but also the components won't be either as a result. And easy for me to say, but you can see nobody wants to see the upset in Sabina in the kiss and cry. And we also just desperately hope that this young 15-year-old next year, as a 16-year-old, will be able to replicate. You can see just walking through the technique.
Yeah, and you can see whether she's upset, and you can see her desire it's wonderful. That's wonderful, but it's channeled into trying harder, which is great. But this is where the coach is working. Trying harder doesn't mean necessarily more muscle. It means focus on the timing. Let the momentum that you've gathered through skating and have that explode through timing. So it's hard because you look at the frustration in her face and totally understand it. Strong enough. 56.73, that is 15th in the free program, and with a 99.66, and that'll put Sabina currently 12th overall. You have it there. You do. Just channel that energy and the strength that you have into the timing, into the technique. Trust it. Our next competitor represents Finland, 14-year-old Daria Trubitson. First Junior Grand Prix season and event, 14th after the short program, so that's a good result. She needs a 102.85 to take the lead. Skating to welcome fame and fame.
Unfortunate fall there on the final element for Daria Trubitson, using the remix of Fame to reflect her character and an interesting, different style to any that we've seen so far on the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, and you know, pretty good jumping passes in this.
First triple, triple toe. That's
yeah, really. And the second one, I mean, that was. Let's take a look at some of these elements here. Here's the first triple toe loop. This is so beautiful, straight in the air, strong, unravels the free leg, keeps the momentum right up into the double axel. You saw that left arm in front. We'll see that a little bit later. That person asking about the double axel. Here's a look at the triple Lutz. Didn't lift very high, had to just swing around a little bit, but comes back with what? Triple up, reload, triple toe, touchdown, yes, under rotated, yes, but great fight. Here's a triple flip, and that was on an angle, but he manages to save it. So little things. Here's the double, watch that left arm right up front. There's that double axle takeoff. You'll see that in some of the young women in the triple axle. They keep that left arm forward to keep the side blocked and use the right side to initiate rotation. And look, there's a sit.
It's a great position.
Yeah, great. And then too big a circle. She was on the back of the heel, and those big circles, it just couldn't hold it. And the thumbs up, big smile. That's awesome.
And you know, going for such big technical content, she sends a signal home to the friends and family watching and supporting Daria Trubitson.
Yeah, I love the determination and the aggressive. It's always, I wish there was more words in English. There's too many already. But, you know, assertiveness that she carried all through the program with good technique, a little off here and there, but not wild, right?
Yeah.
So she was able, she's a strong skater. She's a determined skater. She has good technique, and when it goes off a little bit, she's still able to sort of hang on. So,
and for me, cool that at 14 years old, she's using the T-Blade hip-hop remix, choosing something that's non-conventional, a little bit different, but I think not appropriate, but something that she obviously connects and resonates with. And the choreo sequence actually came in at a really high grade of execution as well, so that a reflection of her ability to connect with the music and that penultimate element in her free skate.
No, absolutely. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Daria. 81.91. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 126.72. And that'll put Daria currently overall, at least for the moment, into third place. And there's a look at your top 5 leaders on the leaderboard here. And now, Mr. Video Man, what do we have on our menu for our audience?
So the final series of videos in this last resurface of the day, and we have a look at the interview with the winner in Budapest, Jia Shin from Korea, and then some of those backstage antics, but this time from Budapest, and then finally interview with Ami Nakai, the first to secure her spot in the Junior Grand Prix and her win from Bangkok.
Sounds great. Enjoy. We'll be back after this. Here in Budapest with the women's champion, Jia Shin of Korea. An outstanding performance, just beautiful skating from the first moment to the end. I just want to ask you 3 questions. How did you feel about today's program?
I didn't see others. I did image training and focus on me.
Well, you did a wonderful job of that, that's for sure. How do you feel about winning 2 Grand Prix events now, 2 Junior Grand Prix events?
Because it was my second time, I was more nervous due to more pressure. So I focused more.
Well, you did very well at focusing more, that's for sure. How are you feeling about the Junior Grand Prix final?
Last season was my first time attending the final, and this season is my second, so I am honored, and I will do my best. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, you're a beautiful skater and you're learning your English very nicely. Thank you very much. The 2-time champion on the Junior Grand Prix from Korea, Jia Shin.
chocolate, and I like wafers. It's good.
I don't go to my room because I need to eat.
We will be just happy.
Here in Bangkok with the champion, the women's champion in the week 1 of the Junior Grand Prix, Ami Nakai from Japan, of course, Coach Nakata as well along with her. I wanted to ask Ami how she felt about her performance overall today.
そうですね、フリーでは冒頭のトリプルアクセルパンクしてしまったので、次のジュニアグランプリでは着氷できるように頑張りたいです。
I was watching the practices all day today, and she had difficulty with the triple axel during the practice, but it didn't bother her the rest of the way throughout the program. How did she get over that first disappointment in the triple axel?
失敗しても次から気持ちを切り返す気持ちを一から作り直したので、それが良かったのかなって思います。
Ami, you're such a beautiful skater and you have a really bright future, and it was amazing to keep your focus throughout that program. What are you going to work on between now and the next Junior Grand Prix?
トリプルアクセルの安定感ともっといい表現ができるように頑張りたいです。
Well, you're a wonderful skater. So much enjoyment you bring to the fans, and we love watching you skate. Congratulations on your win here. And what competition will you be going to now?
3戦目のトルコの試合です。
So we'll see you in Istanbul. The champion here in Bangkok, Ami Nakai of Japan, takes the title.
Slovene skaters may now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up. From Estonia, Elise Kaljuvere. From China, Shiqi Gao. From Lithuania, Gabrielle Juskaite. From Canada, Lulu Lin.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 2 competition here, the women's free program, the final 2 groups in this event. And of course, we had the rhythm dance a little earlier today. Seems like a long time ago.
It does seem like rather a while ago.
And you're going, did we really have dance?
Is that today?
And the pair's free, of course. Now the women's free. So we'll have 2 titles to award the medals to. 2 podiums, and we'll stay online. You'll be able to watch that. And who knows what's going to win. It's going to be interesting in the battle for the top 3 for sure. Right now, it's looks inevitable that it's going to be Japan and Korea again.
And interestingly, whilst we've had that success in the Junior Grand Prix throughout the series, and here with Seojin Yun from Korea leading the field with 68.96, her score would have won the Challenger Series, which took place, the Andrei Nepla Memorial, which took place in Slovakia.
Nice. You're putting the junior on the seniors. Nice. Okay, tell us about the results on the senior.
So yes, Cheon Kim, who I think competed last year on the Junior Grand Prix from Korea, she leads the field ahead of, we've had Canadian success in the pairs and Canadian success now in the Challenger Series with Madeline Skizas from Canada. In fact, no, oh my goodness, as I look further, I can see that their joint score, 67.42. It's so rare that you would have the exact same score.
What do you mean?
So Cheon Kim
they're
and
tied,
Madeline Skizas have the exact same score.
Wow.
But it's the tech score which
wins out. Yeah. Wow, that's great. Good for Maddie.
Yeah, and then again in 3rd and 4th place, Korean skaters, Haeyeon Lee and Young Yu. So it's a really strong field. So yes, that's exciting to see. And
any other results on that, or just the women's?
So the dance result also, actually I have intel, so it's not online, but I have my spies.
I can see you lower your voice as if no one's hearing you. You're not that great of an MI agent or whatever it is, MI5.
Well, you've got your Canadian success. Well, it's British success in the ice dance competition with Lila Fear and Lewis Gibson. They lead the ice dance competition after the rhythm dance.
Awesome.
And then Davis and Schmalkin from Georgia, and then Zingas and Kalishnik from the United States of America.
Then Loajoa and Laga in Canada after that.
Yeah, well, Tashlarova, Tashler, I think it's a chopping and changes. Tashlarova and Tashler for the Czech Republic, they were 74.3 for.
Oh,
and
I
then
see.
Marjorie Lejoie.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And actually, we were talking about this earlier today that quite a few now of last year's juniors now taking that step up. So Bashinska and Beaumont, Canadian ice dance team that were 3rd at Junior Worlds, they're competing at this Senior Challenger Series event, as to are Phoebe Becker and James Hernandez. So those teams were 3rd and 4th at Junior Worlds, and now they're battling out again. And the senior events still, they go up. So often the case that these competitors stay in the same field, and they spend so much time together over the years.
Now the focus back on this event.
Maria Elise Kaljuvere, such a quality skater. She's just got such good skating skill and technique and jumping passes. That's Canadian Lulu Lin, I think.
Yeah.
She looks good.
She is. Young. We've got some good young talent coming up in Canada now. It's, not maybe the depth of Japan, of course, or Korea at this point, but certainly getting better. And a lot of it's got to do, I think, across the world with being able to watch the juniors and seeing what the standard is and saying, okay, this is what I need to do. And so, as I said last week, we had really a deep field, and I think more and more skaters are not going to necessarily be at the top, but the gap will close, the point differential. And as we said, not so much here this week, but last week, the second group out, or in the first group out, we had triple combinations and triple lutz and triple flips. I mean, that was really rare. It took us a group or two here to get into that, but we did.
And I was referencing Karolina Kostner, I think, just yesterday, and when she won her world title, I think 2012, she didn't need triple lutz. So she won that world title without a triple lutz. So it's just an indication of how things chop and change. And And obviously when this judging system was introduced, that tweaked the focus for some, and a readjustment and resettlement, and now again this current Olympic cycle again.
Well, you know, there
Fashions.
was less skaters. There were skaters doing different technical difficulty. Not so much anymore. It's pretty much the triple triples, triple lessers. We don't see any quads at this moment, or very few, or triple axles, the odd one here or there. So now it comes down to skating skills, every little detail in the choreography and the connection with the music, et cetera, and skating clean.
Yeah.
Right. So more people are shooting for that now. So it'll tighten up a little bit more over the years. Not, I don't think for the next year or two, but I do think as these juniors start to get better and the seniors, it all stabilizes technically, then it's going to be really interesting because the field will be so deep that anything can happen on any given day.
Yeah.
Not so at the moment, but in the future, I believe it will be.
And then in the women's discipline, as we've just talked about, in the transition for junior ice dancers to senior ice dance ranks, so many of these competitors will move up together as well, continually pushing one another and themselves.
And here we go. The start of group number 5 of 6. Final words and discussion, very interesting. You can see that sort of planned and organized to have her focus just on the coach. 14 years old, Elise Kaljuvere from Estonia, second junior Grand Prix season. She was 10th in the short program. Needs a 97.91. Season best 100.47. So certainly can do that. And need to skate a clean program here to Magic Forest and Blood Moon.
Estonia's Maria Elise Kaljuvere, and it really fascinates me. This is skated the first Junior Grand Prix I attended with you in Courchevel. She was pristine, clean in the technical element score. Since then, there's such thought and consideration gone into the choreography, composition, and presentation of this free skate, but struggling a little this season with the technical score.
But what a lovely skater. Look at that triple Lutz off the top of the program. Great speed in and out. Just amazing. You can see what she's capable of. She starts out the program brilliantly. Coming down the ice with the triple flip. Didn't get as much height. Goes out the triple toe loop. You can see that foot is downgraded on the triple toe loop. That's okay. The mechanics are good. Watch that. Both arms on this double axel. So she uses both as opposed to the one on the front. And then the under rotation on the triple toe loop.
Such class.
Yeah, real class and style. Good back, nice posture. Triple flip, double toe a little bit later in the program. That was well done. Watch this triple loop. This is beautiful. Right on top. Great flow. Wonderful quality on the jumps. And she gets them, when she gets them all clean in the program, plus the growth and maturity in the performance. Wow, this is going to be a top skater.
Absolutely. Like, class. Class is a strong word to use for skater, like quality class. Just as is quite often the case for skaters, as they age, they sometimes lose the timing for the jumping passes, and she's just struggling a little bit with the triple combinations, which she enjoyed being more comfortable in the past. So what may be a challenge for Maria at least is seeing that the scores may be lower than they were last year in Courchevel, the Junior Grand Prix there, but there will have been an incremental and defined difference in the presentation and the composition.
Yeah, and also she's growing. So, I mean, this is going to slow down the timing maybe a little bit at this stage. But when everything settles down, that's all there. You can see the mechanics. It's all there. Nothing's changed from Courchevel, except she's a little taller, right?
Yeah.
So this is just a normal process. Beautiful, beautiful skater. Wonderful technique. This is just a matter of settling down into her growth and maturity, and it'll all come together because she's got it all.
Absolutely. So well trained.
And just sitting with a nice straight back. And this is part of the process. You compete, well, you don't really compete a lot, but over the years you do compete a lot. And so every time out, you want to have that perfect program, right? And so there's always a little bit disappointment unless you've done the perfect program.
Every time.
Yeah, every time. And so that's just a bit of the processing for the athlete to put things in perspective. Say, how am I going here? Am I getting better? Am I growing? You know, all those types of things that we talk about. It's hard for them to know. Free program score for Maria Elisa, 95.59. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 141.34. And that will put her currently into second place overall. Really good skater. Bright future. Well, there is a look at our next competitor. Another young, very talented young Chinese skater, new to the scene here. Just 13 years old. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event. Here's in the final group in Budapest last week.
Next to skate, representing China, Shiqi Gao.
Shiqi Gao. 100.16 personal best last week. She's 11th after the short program, and she will need a 100.42, so certainly can do that, no question.
13 years old, Shiqi Gao, 8th last week in Budapest. The result here, not sure, but I won't forget her. Just such a beautifully elegant skater, and it's no surprise to have confirmation that one of her biggest hobbies is ballet.
Well, yeah, and you can see this. I mean, she has good speed going into her jumps, but doesn't carry a lot of flow out of them yet. I mean, this is an area that's going to work. And look at this triple Lutz, top of the program, straight up in the air, all the way around, just nice and soft. Patience, up into the double axel, uses both arms in the free leg and the double toe loop. So it gets a good start off to the program. And here, after that, is the double axel, triple toe loop, and goes back onto the heel, free leg, gets second front, takes the fall, but comes back with a triple flip, has to fight through it, and does. And then the spin,
so good.
Sort of toe Arabian into this. Look at the speed and the flexibility and the strength all on one spot. Really nice quality, positive GOE on that. Coming back to the 8th foot later in the program, gets the second triple Lutz done, a little slippy on that. But good speed coming in here on the triple flip. Not a lot going out, but some. But she's very talented. There's no question. She's got a nice presence. She's.
I think you hit the nail on the head, though. Exactly. Though the jump landing, being able to maintain flow and glide, to give the good landing position. She's got a good landing position. She has a nice, obviously beautiful style, which gives her good position in landing, but not the flow and glide and long running edge that she'll desire to push those grades of execution up. And it's so fascinating to see, as we've talked about, the emergence of these very talented, multiple young Chinese women. And there's a different approach, different culture, different approach. There wasn't a great warmth and compassion from the coach before she went on the ice. There's not that here now. It's just maybe a more business-like approach, and you can see that in their movement. They're just ticking off the quality that's needed, instructing
the reality of this planet is there are different cultures and there's different approaches, and we always think that it should be our way or they're their way. They think they're come on. 99.38 for Shiqi Gao from China, second in the free program with a 146.62, and that will put her, for the moment anyways, overall into second place. Good skater, bright future, much more to come.
She's currently in second place.
Our next competitor represents Lithuania, another 13-year-old Gabrielle Juskaite, first Junior Grand Prix event. And how exciting it is to see all this young talent, Mark. It's great. She'll need 100.47 to take the lead, and she'll skate to Dawn of Faith.
Gabrielle Juskaite had to work so hard on that final layback spin. Lots of travel. Worked her way through getting the features. And the 13-year-old from Lithuania, the Lithuanian novice champion, completes her first Junior Grand Prix assignment.
Well, you can see some really good technique. I mean, she didn't execute all of the elements as well as she can, but when she did, you go, wow, that's really good. We'll take a look at some of those right here. Here's the triple Lutz, the top of the program, and just slips off the back of that heel, but comes right back down the ice. Triple flip, double toe loop, step up, single axel. So a little bit, not a lot of flow in the landing, but that triple loop was nice. Good flow on that. Pretty aggressive on the takeoff. The triple Lutz later in the program. Nice. So you can see it's all there.
Shame
Except
here.
to deliver the triple flip on a lean. Takes a fall, so a little in and out during the program. And here's that layback you were talking about, just losing that center.
And I think she was racing to try to get the features in before the music finished, but didn't establish the center before she started to change the position.
Yeah,
so
true enough. So talented skater, no question. Needing experience and exposure to learn how to compete, learn to deliver what she's capable of, as we see in practice session, of course. And we saw some of that here in the performance. That's the magic. That's the difficulty of our sport. Well, learning to skate's pretty hard too, but learning to compete with all that is really hard.
And to come, 12th in the short program out of the 33 competitors for Gabrielle Juskaite, real accomplishment. Certainly looking at the division of her scores in the short program, her strength lies in the technical element score. She had 26 technical element score, 20 in the second part, the components, and that confirmed a little bit here. Even though the mistakes were made in the technical element score, that looks her comfortable place. You can just see coach assessing things with a gentle bit of encouragement with the hand.
Yeah, just trying to keep her, her mind centered, because she's going to mix everything up as, I'm so disappointed, I'm so disappointed. Take a look at some of the wins that she had here and some of the areas that need to be worked on. It's all the, post-skate emotions, good or bad, have to be sorted out to the realities, right?
Flooded with all the, all the adrenaline, like actually the chemicals in their brain, they're flooded with all the adrenaline and nerves and different cortisol and all sorts going on.
Kind of like yours?
Yeah, absolutely, all the time.
Here we go. 82.78 for Gabrielle Juskaite from Lithuania. That's fifth in the free program with a 129.97 overall competition score, putting her currently, for the moment, into fifth place.
Sit back down.
Yeah, exactly.
She's currently in fifth place.
Our next competitor represents Canada. 13-year-old Lulu Lin, first Junior Grand Prix event, 8th in juniors at the National Championship, 7th after the short program, so good start here in this competition. And she's going to need a 91.50 to take the lead. She's going to skate to a compilation of Enola Holmes by Daniel Pemberton.
Another 13-year-old, Lulu Lin from Canada. Fascinating woman. Practices magic, plays the zither.
Pardon me?
She practices magic, and she plays an instrument called the zither.
Oh my gosh!
How cool is that?
That's intel. Hey, come on, Canadian crowd, let's go get away a little bit more. What a lovely skater. Lulu Lin has improved so much. She's pretty consistent. She's had a couple of mistakes here. There's the triple lutz, a little bit on a lean in the air, but hung on up into the double tolu. There's nice jump technique and a really nice carriage across and throughout the program. So we see second triple lutz, nice and tight and fast in the air, but just a little bit too slow in the checkout. Here's the double axel. Watch the left armers in front. There's another one just like that. Left armers in front on that double axel. So that person that is taking a look at different techniques on the axles, there you go. And here's the triple loop. And that was pretty nice. Maybe a little under rotated, I think it is. Yeah, on the quarter, I think. And then the triple flip, a little bit later, big lean and just has to hang on. Doesn't take a fall. No, it has two falls here.
Maybe just a sneaky touchdown with the free foot and the landing of that triple sacco as well. She was first in the free skate at the Skate Canada Next Gen event in July with 105 points there. So obviously huge potential, and I think this is lovely. Paul Parkinson, her coach from Star 1 all the way to Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's really cool. Testament to them both.
That's, you know, child of champion type of thing. You know, you bring them up and bring them along and get them interested in this. And as you said, she, you know, had a great skate at Next Gen. I was there at the camp, and so this is a new experience for her. She's just 13, so this is a great exposure. Good on Skate Canada to get this young woman out and get her to learn. And, you know, as much as you want to skate clean, it's not easy. You know, on your first time around the maple leaf on your shoulder and wanting to skate, good skater. But this will bring tremendous experience. I think we'll see some strong performances from her back home in the domestic competitions. Let's take a look at the free program scores, 91.66. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Third of the free program. Total competition score, 147.82. And that puts Lulu Lin currently overall, for the moment, in the first place.
Ooh. Just taking the lead. Well done.
Our next competitor represents Latvia, another 13-year-old, Kira Baranovska. 8th after the short program. And she'll need a 96.49 to take the lead.
Well, like the Finnish skater Daria Trubitson, Latvia's Kira Baranovska choosing a remix and showcasing again personality and novelty in the movement pattern, and at 13 years old, giving her style on the free skate.
Yeah, that was good to see, like doing something different for sure. Very powerful jumper. A little off her game today. I mean, she had a great short program, but you can see there were some issues. A triple loop there looked really nice to start the program. That was great. Here's the triple Lutz, huge triple Lutz. Too far back on the heel, couldn't get the free leg back quick enough to just hold that landing edge. Here's the triple Salchow. This worked out better. And into an Euler. Patience into the double flip, so well organized on that. And here's the layback spin.
And like many of the others, she's had like that clean rotation. A skater that gives enough lift and pop to not question us on the rotation of the landings.
Yeah, that's nice. So the technical doesn't have to put a review on it. Right. Here's another triple Salchow a little bit later in the program. Really well done. And double toe loop. Yeah, something different, unique.
Yeah, and great to see that. And having the bravery at 13 years old to choose something, whether that's with her coach, Olga Kovalkova, or whether or not that's herself instead to. And you know, some really strong Latvian women skaters. We've seen Anastasia Konga and Sofia Stepchenko.
Yeah.
Really strong, and consistency in the fact that they are big jumpers, not small jumpers.
Yeah, no, they
big
did a really good
jumpers.
job, that's for sure. Latvia is quite strong in the development of young skaters, and that's the neat thing about juniors. You're getting good skating from a whole mess of different countries.
Absolutely, that we don't get to appreciate on the invitation-only senior Grand Prix.
No, and it's a little more inconsistent than you would from the Japanese and the Koreans right now. It had all these skaters skated clean. Whoa, that's the difference, really, in many cases. Rarely do you see a lot of mistakes from the Japanese or Koreans, and that, of course, is tough to beat unless you skate clean. 83.58 for Kira. That is 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 134.92, and that'll put it for the moment into 5th place.
They did that yesterday too.
Yeah.
Her total competition score is 134.92. She's currently in 5th place. A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Niemiec.
Our next competitor represents Germany. 15-year-old Alesia Ray, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 2nd event this fall. 9th after the short program. She's got lots of great skill. Another skater with bags of talent, learning how to compete. 97.53. She needs that to take the lead. 87.12, her personal best. She'll skate to Michael Jackson.
you can hear the German teammates, and you can see the clench of the fist in frustration.
Yeah.
For Alesia Ray.
So one thing I love about her, but is that intensity and that desire to overrule some, some items that she'll need. But she's such a good skater, but she had some mistakes during this program. Let's take a look here. Here's the triple lutz to start with. Didn't lift as she normally does, so didn't get all the way around. Takes the fall, but comes right back. She's so determined. Gets that triple lutz done. Steps up into the double axel because that's what she was supposed to do in the first part of the program. But she fought back. Triple loop. Sweet. Double toe, no problem. And look at this spin here. Change of edge there. Beautiful position, flexibility, strength, quickness. Wow. Here's a little bit later in the program, that triple loop. Little wobbly on the landing. Skate a little nervous, I think. I don't know, nervous is maybe not the right word, but look at this layback at the end of the program. She wants it so badly, sometimes she might rush things a little bit, but she's certainly got lots of abilities.
And just such a very clean technique. And it was interesting, her choreographer, Angelique Abetchkina, was explaining it was a dream of Alesia's to skate to this music, and it wouldn't be necessarily the natural choice for her. And Angelique confirmed that because she said she's not much of a dancer, but an incredibly hard worker. She has such a clean, pure skating style. And Angelique's maybe right, she doesn't have a natural, perhaps, swagger for Michael Jackson, but she's a hard worker, and she said it was a great process, great people, and that just you've acknowledged her, you've appreciated Alesia's style, and I think she's
I was watching her in practice session. I really like this young skater, as I do many of the skaters that we see here. But again, if you're going to compete with the top, the Japanese and Koreans, you can't make mistakes.
Yeah.
We have a lot of skaters that have the same elements that in some cases are just as good, but you have to produce under the pressure. That's where we're at in juniors right now, is that those ones that are consistently producing clean programs are the ones that are on the top. They're not significantly more difficulty than the others. They're just producing what they can do.
And with Alesia using the triple lutz this year, putting 2 of them into the free skate here, knowing the need to use that as competitive ammunition to be competitive. Doesn't have triple. I haven't seen that in practice, but for me, it's the cleanliness of her fundamental movement, the basic skating skill between elements, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to Michael Jackson. She's obviously had to work hard to encapsulate that kind of movement for the composition.
And she just needs a little bit more lift on the jumps, because if it doesn't go enough, if there's not enough air time, then if something goes off, it takes it down instead of having enough time to make a mini correction. 82.44 for Alyssa. That is 8th in the free program with a total competition score of 132.74, and that will put her overall into 7th place. Now, those moments of disappointment drive you further. They're not pleasant. They're sour. They don't taste good, but they make you better. Final group taking to the ice for their warm-up mark.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really exciting to see who will potentially secure their spot at the final. Minsol Kwon, the final competitor, comes into this event with 11 points from her bronze medal in Linz.
Having a win will really help her secure it.
And it's going to be interesting because the leader after the short program, Seojin Yun, has only 7 points because she was 5th place in Istanbul. So the win for her, what will happen is then if we may see some skaters having ties, then it will become highest result total that can break the tie. Various different ramifications that was close, of equal points. Should it get to that place where we're deciding who's 6th, 7th, or 8th in the rankings at the end of the series.
Well, that was clear.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's true. What you said is absolutely true. It's this sort of sitting down and looking at the numbers and going through the rules that they have in the ISU.org. Got all that information, of course.
So there are 2 skaters absolutely, without doubt, secure in their position at the final in Beijing, and that's Jia Shen, the reigning World Junior Silver medalist. She won in Austria and in Hungary. And Amina Kai, Japanese skater that won in Thailand and Turkey. I think Yu Sung Kim with 2 silvers. She's pretty secure.
And you have Mao Shimada skating next week, of course.
We have to assume that Mao Shimada is going to secure a spot as the reigning junior world champion.
Do well. We'll find out what that means. Oh, nice triple sow.
That could have been a quad. She had time.
Lovely. Sarah Everhart from the United States. She's currently in 4th place. Lovely skater.
And currently in the standings, how many? Out of 9 skaters in the standings on the series so far, 8 of the 9 hail from Japan or Korea, but only 6 will qualify. In fact, actually, lots further Koreans and Japanese skaters further down the rankings as well.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is at the moment, and so you have to figure out what do they have that we don't. Generally speaking, clean programs, or pretty clean programs. Only one mistake or so, but we'll see what happens today. Now, we want a little shout out to our viewers and get us prepared for tomorrow. Send in questions. So we've got the free dance tomorrow, of course, the men's free as well. So we've got a number of ice resurfacing, and we got lots of warm ups. So love to know your questions and your thoughts. Like, you've asked some really brilliant questions, and I'd like to have your thoughts about the Junior Grand Prix and what you're seeing and what your expectations are this year for our sport.
And next week, the final stop.
It is. My legs are saying, excuse me, but we've been sitting for a long time. Could you please stand up?
Yeah. It's like when the watch gives you that notification.
But at least the chairs are a little more comfortable, you know. Sometimes you're in wooden chairs. That's not good.
Fascinating to see how the women in the warm-up just continuously jumping. You know, different skaters have different approaches, but it's just...
You see that a little bit more in juniors because they're a little bit more insecure. I need to feel this before I'm really feeling good. Seniors are better trained in regards to how to use that 6 minutes.
Or you could argue the seniors are older and need to conserve their energy more.
Yeah, that's true.
You definitely do sense that the number of repetitions from the practices that we see earlier on in the day, the number of repetitions from those successful skaters do tend to be higher. And you know, coaches traveling across the globe to support their students, but they don't have a lot to say because they're so well trained.
When the technique is good and you have these young skaters, it's not that hard on their body because, you know, they're not twisting and falling and, you know, turning their bodies in odd ways because their technique is solid and they're good skaters. So it's less impact on their body. They can do more repetitions, which only gives you better muscle memory. Well, let's take a look here. The same. Oh, no. Someone's in the way.
That efficiency of movement, that well-honed, well-trained efficiency. And we've seen, you know, in China, they were doing studies on the biomechanics of figure skating jumps. So they've got studies that are really showing what biomechanics will be conducive to more consistency for the skaters and better quality in regards to what creates a good grade of execution.
Well, as we see more women and men doing more difficult jumps earlier on because the technique is better and because they're more efficient, so we're, you know, the level of technical difficulty has increased that more people can participate in that. Now, when it gets to quads, of course, that percentage goes down a little bit.
And then it begs the question, which we'll see in the seniors potentially, as we look at, I think China's really making a strong, bold effort to be a competitor in this.
China and Japan there.
Yeah. And I think Yana Horcickova joining, and that's what I was saying. You see Mexican skaters, Czech skaters celebrating, and
they're probably slipping them $5 here. Look at the flag, right?
Yeah. Come on, join our team. Let's
join our
win this.
team, yeah. Well, it's nice all the skaters sitting together and cheering their teammates on.
With Ilya Malinin landing the quadruple axel and he'd been quite vocal about the fact that he believes that a quintuple jump is possible. And
I believe so.
Yeah?
Yeah, I totally.
Wow. And that would just change the parameters and expectations of what is possible. If that were to happen, that would perhaps limit the mental block that others might have in regard to quadruple jumps when they see something even more demanding being achieved. There's a lot of sparkles leaving the ice.
Our first competitor represents Switzerland, 14-year-old Anthea Gradinaru. second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 10th in Bangkok, 5th here after the short program, so sitting in a really good position. Needs an 88.59 to take the lead. She has a 99.47 personal best, so she certainly can do it. And she's going to skate to music from the James Bond.
Anthea Gradinaru from Switzerland, and in this final group, Ted, of the 6 to compete, she has the least training time of all of those in this top group, and yet showcasing a much stronger skate even than that which got her top 10 place in Bangkok.
Another just 14 years old. Amazing. She has a very solid, consistent jump technique. You see that you don't see it go off a lot, right? So some technique looks great, but it has problems. But with her, she has soft landings. Look at just absorb that down to the knees and the ankle. There's a triple flip, great speed in, double loop, hangs on, does a little choreographic hop, great cover up, triple loop, soft knees in the landing, ready into twizzle. Nice transition coming out of that jump. Triple Salchow. See how low she's on the knee on the takeoff, soft on the landing as well. Great knees.
And she just looks like she has an abundance of time, gets great elevation and hang time.
Yeah, she really lifts off the ice and clears each one of the jumps. So there's not a lot of debate in regards to rotation. In fact, there were no reviews on this whole program.
That's interesting.
I have not seen a skater yet in any of the events with no reviews. That's how clean it was.
That's a really good testament to the technique of the takeoffs and the landings. And she must, I'm sure, be inspired by her training mate, Anastasia Brandenburg, who was second in the free skate last week.
She was unbelievable. Unbelievable. She was phenomenal last week. So, yes, I love that intensity. Right? Yeah, great job.
And the common denominator with these Swiss skaters are Sindra Kreisa on the screen and Linda van Troyen, who've done a great job with their students.
And congratulations, Swiss Federation's season best 110. Wow, good score. They're going, oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's first in the free program, 169.24. So Anthea very pleased with that. So she should be. Swiss skating continues to grow. We're in a movement in the right direction. Representing the United States, 16-year-old Sarah Everhart, second Junior Grand Prix season. Fourth after the short program. She's only one was really in reach of the podium, but she's really going to have to lay down a clean program, 109.06. She'll need that to take the lead. She'll skate to winter from the Four Seasons.
16-year-old Sarah Everard, and the triple loops, double toe, double loop combination in the second half of the program, showing how unfortunate it is that the first element, the triple loops, took a fall at the start as Beck Stormer leads the cheers from her teammates.
That's pretty impressive because you make a mistake in your first element and then you went, oh my gosh, it's gone. But she just, you know, hunkered down and one element at a time and got the rest of the program clean. There's the triple lutz to start with, too far back on the heel. You know, not a good start. Okay, but let's get to work here. Triple flip, soft knees, again, beautiful, right off the end of the edge, double axel, reload, triple toe loop, soft knees, good extension as well. Triple loop, beauty, up into the double axel, nice.
And another clean jumping technique.
Yeah, really good balance, and you see it doesn't go off that often. Even if it's a little off, it doesn't fall apart on her and take her on a big lean. So she's able to keep herself pretty straight in the air. Pretty smart. He said, no, I'm just going to park this one mistake and move forward.
That just shows incredible mental resilience. We've seen so many others, understandably, have a mistake early in the program and then falter and fall apart somewhat, but Sarah Everard, not at all. And just seems so very mature.
Yeah, she's sitting there calmly going, well, yeah, it's not a big deal. I missed the first element. And, you know, we just want
Did
that
my
to work.
job.
Yeah, exactly. But you love that calmness and that assuredness, really, in many ways. Confidence to say, one mistake, that's fine. Get back on it. What a skill.
Absolutely. And Sarah, I think doubling up as a senior skater as well. And the score that she's about to post could be one of the, you know, a competitive senior score as well when we compare to the Challenger Series events.
Yeah, her personal best this season, or her personal best overall, is 91.20. I think you're going to see significant increase in that score. And she'll need a 109.06 to take the lead. That's a little bit tight. We'll see.
And also important to note that Sarah, she's been working triple axel in the off-season, so she's a skater that's, although not ready for this event, conscious of what she wants to do to cement herself.
She's got great technique too as well. 108.50. That's second in the free program with a total competition score of 168.69. Good score, but that will put Sarah Everard of the United States currently overall into second place, with 4 skaters to come. Close. There is our second young skater from China, 13-year-old Yihan Wang. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 6th after the short program. Had a great performance last week in Budapest. Points to beat, 110, season's best 94. And she'll need
6 days ago in a different country, Yihan Wang from China had 3 falls in her free skate here, 7 triples, 2 double axels, and on top of all that, she was coughing all the way through the world. Coughed before the triple flip.
In Budapest, she was sick. She was sick here as well.
Coughing
Look, you can see her
again.
coming off the ice coughing. And this young woman, that's just amazing.
So impressive.
There's a triple loop to start with, right up into the double axel. She was on a mission, and she thought, well, let me just get through this program clean, because then I don't feel so well. Yeah, triple Lutz, no problem, straight up, right on top on the landing. Certainly more speed and flow will come in time. She's 13. Triple Salchow, that was nice. Good ice coverage in the air on that. Second triple Lutz, no problem. Good straight back. And again, she had to take an extra sort of pump there on the landing. There's the triple flip, double toe loop. And the combination's been near the end of it. Look at the speed of this. This is just regular speed, of course.
Both Chinese girls, I think, the best spins in the event. Common theme there. And
yeah. Nicely centered, good speed. And she's on a mission to get the elements done and skate a beautiful program. She'll connect with the music a bit more when she feels better, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been sick, and that's just remarkable that she was able to perform that well.
I mean, huge admiration to Yihan Wang for delivering a clean skate.
Well, 94.85, that number will be
blown away
right now by season's best of 117. Even she's going like, whoa, 117.24, you saw her react, and now she's coughing a little bit. 176.30 for Yihan Wang from China. That is first. And that might be a challenge. I don't know. We'll find out very soon.
She's currently in first place. Powitajmy reprezentantkę Japonii. Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents Japan.
Rena Uezono.
Another 13-year-old, Rena Uezono. Second after the short program. And she's going to need a 111.46 to take the lead. She has a 124 personal best. She should be fine if she can skate clean, and she'll need it.
the Japanese novice champion of last year, Rena Uezono. And
oh my God, I mean, really. You know, and I had said before, she's going to need to skate clean. You know, in a way, she almost didn't. I mean, of course, we've got two really good skaters coming up here because the program choreography is brilliant.
What I find really fascinating about this program choreography is it's so very different. Mahoko Higuchi, her coach and choreographer, more theatrical. Some of it not as transitionally difficult, more of it storytelling on the spot, but still it's brilliant.
Oh, it's just amazing. And she knew every note, every beat. She was on it all the time, in time with the music, right on top of her game. Technically, what can you say? Nice and straight and strong and tight in the air. Great speed, acceleration. Look at the acceleration on the takeoff. Watch right here, I cut. And just kept this focus, so she isolates her movement with her head and her arms. Now she's into performance, so she's into the PCs there. Look at the speed coming down here later in the program. Triple flip, reloads, triple toe loop. Just determined. There was no question, oh, I'm forward, so I better just do a double. No way doing the triple.
And there's definitely a story. You feel, I don't know what it was, but you definitely sense there was some sort of story which she really engaged with throughout that choreography.
Yeah, every movement meant something to her. And you can see the big smile at the end of the program. That was brilliant.
And she's skated clean in domestic events, showcasing a consistency. She was so good also when she competed in Istanbul en route to coming second to Amina Kai there, and just tiny mistake there. Here, no mistakes at all, I suspect. A glittering report card.
A glittering report card, absolutely.
And like I said, you know, I really appreciate the difference, the uniqueness and the novelty in that choreography.
Yeah.
All these Japanese skaters, which we keep referencing, brilliant, that a completely different artistic approach, and great to see machines.
They're not seniors from an age perspective, but they are seniors from a quality overall perspective. And of course, that'll grow with more power and speed and maturity. That will even get better. But really, for juniors, I don't know how you get much better from a connection with the music piece. Well, they probably can, but just brilliant. Let's take a look at the scores. Season's best 127.46. Happy with that. Of course, that's first. Free program with a 192.31. Rena Uezono of Japan takes the lead. Two skaters to come.
Rena has earned in total 192.31 points. She's currently in first place. Brilliant.
There is our next competitor representing the Republic of Korea, 15-year-old Seojin Yun. Second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, fifth in Istanbul. First after the short program, brilliant. What's it like to be in first, skating in the final group with one skater to come? 109.79, her personal best. And she'll skate to music from the Pearl Harbor, Tennessee, and War.
the leader after the short program, Seojin Yun. And, you know, we talk about how rare it is for mistakes to be made. Unfortunately, she had some mistakes in her first assignment, causing her to be off the podium in 5th. And now, how much damage will that opening fall be for this talented skater?
You know, in analyzing her jump technique, which is very good, but each one of the pick jumps take a long time, way down. She has the leg up high and gives a little bit. It's not quick. It's not an explosion off the ice. So if things are just not in, you can see that sort of double pump there. Does the triple Lutz, not all the way around on the triple toe loop, has to take the fall there. There's the triple flip. Again, that didn't pop up quickly enough. No explosion off the ice. You have quick into the air on the loop. That was fine. Good jumper, good technique question, but the quickness here got it done on the triple Lutz there into the double axel. It might be under-rotated. Let's see what happens in the system here. Lots of jumps. This is a beautiful spin. Incredible position, change of position, change of edge. There's the triple flip again. You can see a lot of leaning forward. So that quickness into rotation, Mark, is great. You know, it was a little slower, at least today. Maybe the nerves, who knows? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and interesting, in an event where we've been remarking upon the cleanliness of so many of the jumps, more reviews happening here. And we, as we discussed earlier in the event, the implications could be that technical element score will drop from what we currently see. She's got a score of 115 at the moment on our screens, but as the technical panel review the rotation, that could drop below what she needs to stay on the podium. So, in the assumption that Minsol Kwon will vie for medal 2, second place at this stage for Seojin Yun, and a guaranteed medal is 107 points. So we'll see what implications. Right now, her fate is being decided by 2 technical specialists and a technical controller who are reviewing the rotations.
Yeah, we have a downgrade on the triple flip, of course, the under rotation of the triple toe at the first combination, and I thinking and a quarter mark on the triple Lutz.
Down to 111 now.
Yeah. I think she's going to be okay for podium finish. We'll see. Personal best is 109. But she's not, you know, happy with that. Those mistakes will be costly. She's a beautiful skater. I mean, they all are just amazing.
Brilliant. And interesting, I have to say, the choreo sequence. We talked about this Chinese skaters whose spins are so brilliant. I think they win that element in this event. Choreo sequences, the choreo sequences choreographed by Ye Jishin are always some of the highest grade of execution choreo sequences that we see. It's just an amazing way of capturing the good GOE in that element. Oh no, it's gone to one. Oh gosh. We can see 107.63. She needs 107.35 to stay ahead, so it's incredibly close.
Yeah, wow. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 elements were under review out of 11, so there was lots of work by the technical panel that was required to ensure that it's consistently applied amongst all the competitors. The PCs are in the low 7s here.
Just, it's fascinating to see how the implications are going to pan out for the result in this event.
As you frantically are touching the screen here. Okay, here are the scores.
Oh my goodness, it's exact.
Well, it'll be enough. 107.35. That is 5th in the free program with a total competition score of 176.31.
So that's based on her result of the free skate. So the exact same score? Oh no, the exact. Oh no, sorry.
So Seojin Yun of Korea, 176.31. She's currently in second place, 1/100th. Well, the final competitor, 14-year-old Minsol Kwon, second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, winning in Linz. Third after the short program, determined competitor, wonderful program from last season, 128.32. She'll need that. Season's best is 115. She'll skate to Let Me Be Your Star.
I think Minsol Kwon could be the most expressive skater in both juniors and seniors at the moment.
She's a star. I mean, she's a star. Even if she makes a mistake here or there, not today, but you know, if she did, she's still a star.
And that the music, "Let Me Be Your Star" from the musical, and this is not her first free skate this season. They had an original free skate, scrapped that, didn't think it would give her the results that they wanted, and then re-choreographed a whole new piece. So, wise choice.
Yeah, she's amazing. I mean, they're all amazing skaters, but this young woman has something special in her character, in her face, in her soul. Struggle through that first 3-jump combination there. There's the triple Lutz. Nice movement coming out of that. You see there's a lot of speed going in, through the air. Not too bad on the landing, a little bit more speed. As they get a little stronger, a little bit more power.
And the skater will remember and enjoy and be moved by one of the weaker jumping techniques in an otherwise incredibly strong, more rotation checks and issues perhaps than others, but she moves us.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's got something special. She's got that extra little weapon, if you will, which is in the PCs. And although all these top skaters have great choreography and deliver it very nicely, she delivers it personally. There's something extra from her heart and her soul. It's believable. As you see the ending, the dramatic in the second.
And
here it is, I think, coming up. Just a little, like a loop jump, sliding move, and watch this final position. Boom.
And you see the eyeballing, just making sure that she was constantly engaging with the judges. And so I think presentation component, the highest skating skills, not as strong as Rena Uezono, not as much flow and much glide, but she has, as you say, a memorable star quality. Maybe not as tangible, maybe not as points rewarding.
Well, she's going to need a 128.32 to win this event, I believe.
Yeah, and I think the jumping passes not in contention with Rena Uezono.
No.
Skating skills not either, but
no.
As you say, a star.
This is going to be interesting, but Rena Uezono, she was awesome as well. She was amazing.
And I think she probably the rightful winner is Minsol Kwon clutches her hands, because for her, she's going to be figuring out the implications of the 11 points she has from Austria and Linz with her bronze medal. She has new coaching staff this year. She used to have the same coach as Seojin Yun, who's already competed. She changed this year.
Both a little worried, a little quiet, a little bit apprehensive, going, It's taking a long time here. 6 reviews. They're all green at this moment, which means they have been completed. And so where would this score take her? Well, she skated like she wanted it, and she does. Not like she does. She wants it, for sure. What a performance. But it's also sport. So what are the scores? Season's best, 119.52. That's second in the free program. That's not going to be enough. With a 183.52 for Minsol Kwon from the Republic of Korea, and that'll put her in second place. Still pretty good placement, so she has a third and a second. She's in good shape.
Just shows you the different perspective, because Minsol Kwon is disappointed with second, such as the high expectation and aspiration of the Korean skaters.
It's such battle as she hugs the... I'm not sure what it is, but it's a stuffy, I know that. And there is a look at the final result. Rena, Minsol, and Seojin. And a look at the rest of the field. Some good skating in the last 2 groups, I would say, Mark, and some bright lights in the future.
And Yihan Wang from China deserves a special shout out. Just 100th of a point of getting a medal for Chinese women in the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, very close. Brilliant performance on her part as well. So that concludes our coverage. We'll stay online streaming the medal presentation. That completes our coverage for Day 2 here. Make sure you join us at 12:15 local time here in Gdansk tomorrow for the men's free program. For all of us here at the ISU, for our production team that does such amazing work, Mark Hanratty, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating PGS Solidarity Cup 2023. Victory Ceremony Junior Women. Trzecie miejsce i brązowy medal. Third and winner of the bronze medal. From Republic of Korea, Seojin Yun. Drugie miejsce i srebrny medal. Second and winner of silver medal. From Republic of Korea, Minsol Kwon. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal. First and winner of gold medal. From Japan, Rena Uezono. Powitajmy prezesa Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, pana Jacka Taszera. Wręcza on medale zawodniczkom. Please welcome the president of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jacek Taszer. He will award the medals. Powitajmy również sekretarza generalnego Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego, pana Jakuba Wójcika. Wręczy on kwiaty medalistkom. Please welcome the General Secretary of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Powitajmy sędzię główną konkurencji, panią Françoise de Rapar oraz techniczną kontroler, panią Wendy Ensman, które pogratulują medalistkom. Please welcome the referee, Ms. Françoise de Rapar, and the technical controller, Ms. Wendy Ensman. They extend congratulations to the medalists. Panie i panowie, proszę o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwyciężczyni. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise for the national anthem of the winner. Panie i panowie, proszę o aplauz dla naszych medalistek. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists. Solidarity Cup 2023. Ceremonia medalowa par sportowych. ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating PGS Solidarity Cup 2023. Victory Ceremony Junior Pairs. Trzecie miejsce i brązowy medal. Third and winner of bronze medal from Canada, Jasmine de Rochelle and Kieran Trasher. Drugie miejsce i srebrny medal. Second and winner of the silver medal from Ukraine, Violetta Sierowa, Ivan Hopta. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal. First and winner of the gold medal from Canada, Eva Kemp, Jonathan Elizarow. Medale wręczy prezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jacek Taszer. Please welcome the president of the Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jacek Taszer. He will award the medals. Kwiaty wręczył sekretarz generalny Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jakub Wójcik. Please welcome the Secretary General of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Powitajmy sędzię główną konkurencji panią Nicole Blanc-Richard i techniczną kontrolę konkurencji panią Dianę Barbaci-Lewi, które pogratulują medalistom. Please welcome the referee Ms. Nicole Blanc-Richard and the technical controller Ms. Diana Barbaci-Lewi. They extend congratulations to the medalists. Panie i panowie, poproszę o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwycięzców. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise for the national anthem of the winner. Proszę o aplauz dla naszych medalistów. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.